Or
Okay,
somewhere.
now I'm live, right?
Right now you're everyone okay so far? Thank you.
Good morning.
So on presentations, what is
Presentations, you can load your presentation on that.
like to.
Got it.
All right, there we go. Thank you for your patience. We have to readjust not only to the council chambers, but to an entirely new system that we have up here. We're going to begin with our invocation. That will be led by Pastor Jenny Morris of South Point Church. That will be followed immediately by the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilman Larry McAtee. Pastor Morris, please stand.
Father, we just thank you today for the great city that we have the opportunity to be a part of, for the people of Oklahoma City, God, for the leadership that you've given us, for our schools, for our beauty of our parks, our tourism, God, our economy. We are truly a blessed city. And God, today we ask for wisdom at this city council meeting for Mayor Holt and for each of our council members. Father, we know all true wisdom comes from you. So today, God, we ask for clear direction and divine insight as decisions are made, God, during this time of a pandemic and the many other issues that are regarding our city. God, we pray for specific wisdom for each ward and the unique challenges that they face. And God, we also pray for creative insight and innovative ideas that will bring prosperity to our city. And God, as all these decisions are made, we pray for protection today over our city, over our people, over our leadership. God, we ask for peace, for strength, for endurance, Lord, and for the leadership ability to lead with character and integrity. God, we honor you and we thank you, God, that we don't have to do this alone, that we can trust you, Father. May Oklahoma City be a leader of cities in the rest of our country, God, and be a place that others can look to as we follow your leadership. God, we honor you today. In Jesus' name I pray. Amen.
Amen. All right, I call this meeting of the City Council to order. We're not necessarily comfortable in here today, but I would be remiss if I didn't congratulate and thank everybody who worked on this chamber over the last several months. It is a beautiful room. I hope that we will have the opportunity in 2021 to more comfortably enjoy it, but it has obviously been a great project, and Mr. City Manager and staff, thank you for that. And thank you as well for the precautions that we've tried to take today, and these plexiglass shields and everything else. Obviously, we don't support the position that we find ourselves in, but we have to comply with state law, but at least we can try to do so as safely as possible. So thank you for all of that. That brings us to item 3, Office of the Mayor. We have one item off the agenda, a reading of a proclamation for Oklahoma City's Small Business Saturday. And I'm going to keep my seat for this presentation, but I would ask the clerk to read this proclamation.
Whereas the City of Oklahoma City celebrates our local small businesses and the contribution they make to our local economy and community. And whereas throughout the years, independent retailers and restaurants have played a key role in the revitalization of our neighborhoods and significantly contributed to Oklahoma City's economic growth, adding value and character to our community even when faced with hardships. Whereas, despite the substantial growth many of them were experiencing in 2019, small businesses in Oklahoma City have faced unprecedented challenges in 2020, making important sacrifices to keep our community safe while consistently innovating to continue serving our residents. The COVID-19 pandemic and economic crisis have affected small businesses the most, with 62% of small businesses nationwide reporting they need consumer spending to return to pre-COVID levels by the end of 2020 in order to stay in business. Whereas 95% of consumers who participated in Small Business Saturday in the United States in 2019 say the day encourages them to shop or eat at small, independently owned businesses all year long. Whereas small businesses in Oklahoma City need our support throughout the upcoming holiday season, including through online shopping and curbside pickup options, to ensure they can continue to be a part of our business community in the years to come. Whereas the City of Oklahoma City supports our local businesses that create jobs, boost our local economy, and preserve our communities. Whereas advocacy groups in our community and across the country, as well as public and private organizations, have endorsed this Saturday after Thanksgiving as Small Business Saturday. Now therefore, David Holt, the mayor of the City of Oklahoma City, does hereby proclaim November 28th as Small Business Saturday in Oklahoma City, and he urges all residents to support small business and merchants on this day and throughout the year.
Thank you very much. And I know we have some representatives here. You're welcome to come up to a brand new podium there and share a few thoughts.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I want to take a moment to thank all of you for the support you've shown to small businesses this year through this proclamation, through the Small Business Continuity Program, as well as the mask mandate. I know all of those have helped our local shops as they navigate these tough times. The tough times are not over. They're still struggling. They are not out of the woods yet. So I really want to encourage everyone to shop local as we head into the holiday season. You know, the purchases you're making right now are going to determine what our city looks like next year. So the next time that you open a tab on your computer and start typing in Amazon.com, as we're all used to doing, maybe take a moment and think of ways that you can spend that money locally instead. I would hate for us to wake up in a city next year that we don't recognize because our local shops are not around anymore. So think of that, and please shop local. Thank you again for your support.
Leo. All right, appreciate you all very much. Okay, now we have item 3A. This is a resolution of commendation for Lieutenant James Woodard on his selection as November 2020 South Oklahoma City Kiwanis Club Employee of the Month. And we have the lieutenant here, and who I believe goes by Ryan, correct? Yes. But this is going to call you by your formal name. And we would love to hear a little bit more about you. And in the meantime, feel free to make your way to the front. Go ahead. Thank you.
Whereas Lieutenant James Woodard has been a city employee for 12 years and is a fire lieutenant and a medical monitoring unit analyst in the EMS training division of the fire department. Whereas Lieutenant Woodard reviews medical monitoring unit reporting forms submitted by department supervisor and employee safety officers screening Oklahoma City employees for COVID-19. Whereas Lieutenant Woodard schedules COVID-19 tests at the city's testing site, reviews and provides feedback for updating documents, including guidance and COVID-19 protocols. Whereas Lieutenant Woodard has been assigned to the medical monitoring unit for the past 6 months and screened 300 city employees in September. Whereas Lieutenant Woodard works during the week, on weekends, and after hours to ensure the health and safety of Whereas Lieutenant Woodard performs his duties with diligence, attention to detail, and empathy. Whereas this council desires to recognize Lieutenant James Woodard for his dedication, professionalism, and commitment to the residents of the City of Oklahoma City. Now therefore be it resolved by the Mayor and Council of the City of Oklahoma City that they hereby thank and commend Lieutenant James Woodard, November 2020 South Oklahoma City Kiwanis Club Employee of the Month.
Outstanding and very timely. Thank you for your service to our city, especially during this time of pandemic. We'd love to hear a few thoughts from you, Lieutenant.
I just want to say thank you for the support from the mayor, the city council, Mr. Freeman, also my chief Richard Kelly, Chief Lance Burnett, and Major Marcus Dorsey behind me. These are all people that allowed me to come to the emergency manager's office and be on a team that was filled with some of the best minds and best hearts in the city. It was really a privilege to have the citizens and the employees put their trust in us with their health, their family's health during this time. And I'm just proud to have been a part of it. and I want to thank you all for that opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thank
Yeah,
you,
Mayor,
sir.
yeah. I would like to add too just how much I appreciate Ryan and his leadership with this. We developed our medical monitoring unit. It was the police department, the fire department, risk management. We had a group of employees working together. There's a lot of things that we're doing to try to keep our employees safe, but doing this testing and all. Through my own experience with COVID, Ryan was just he was an advisor, like a personal advisor to me, helped me to know to navigate through that, and us trying to make sure we're keeping employees safe. And so just the advice, the policies, all they've developed to help us with our employees. We're trying to telework as many employees as we can, but for those who have to be here, they've really worked diligently to help us develop protocol to help keep everyone safe. And what they're doing with testing, they're actually ramping up testing now, doing some of the rapid tests, and we're looking at expanding that. And so there's just a lot that's happening there, and I really appreciate Ryan's leadership as well as the rest of the team with the medical monitoring unit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this is a resolution, so why don't we adopt it? Let's get practiced again. Okay, we're going to do voice motions, but then we'll vote on the device. So jump in. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Again, thank you. I believe he stepped out, but tell him his resolution passed, Chief. All right. Okay, moving on. We now have appointments. We have items 3B through E. These are appointments to the Board of Appeals Building Code, the Bond Advisory Committee, IMSA, and the Oklahoma City Economic Development Trust. And we can take those with one motion.
Move the items.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Cast your votes as soon as you are able. Passes unanimously. That brings us to item 4, Journal of Council Proceedings. We have items A and B we can take with one motion.
Move the items.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes as soon as you're able. Passes unanimously. All right, now we're at item 5, request for uncontested continuances. Mr. City Manager.
Yes, sir. So we had an issue with the agenda getting the abandoned housing items on today. So the decision has been made that we would strike on page 11 all of the items under dilapidated structures. It's 9F1 and 2. So it's under item 9F1, A through E. All of those will be stricken. And then on page 12, item 9G1 and 2, all will be stricken. So on G1, that's A through P. We'll bring all those items back with the abandoned structures on December the 8th.
Okay.
That's all that I have.
All right, thank you. Item 6 is revocable permits. There are none on the agenda today. Why don't we go ahead and pull up, before we recess the council meeting, we have Dr. Patrick McGough here from the Oklahoma City County Health Department, and has been our practice the last few months. We usually pull this item up so that he can go save our city. We don't want to make him sit here all morning, and he's also joined, I see, by Phil Maytebby. So this is going to be item 10A, and we're going to go ahead and consider that item. This is an ordinance to be introduced and adopted today with an emergency. This is the Health and Sanitation Ordinance, sometimes known as the Mask Ordinance. And I'll first turn it over to Councilman Stonecipher, the author of this ordinance, for presentation.
Thank you, Your Honor. This is the ordinance to be. It extends the Oklahoma City COVID-19 Safety Code. The current COVID-19 Safety Code is due to expire on December.
Councilman Stonecipher, are you wearing your mic? I didn't think so. There we go. It's all right. We are all a little rusty here today.
One small step, one giant leap. All right, you want me to start over?
Sure.
Okay. This is an ordinance to be introduced and adopted with an emergency. It's entitled the Health and Sanitation, which extends the Oklahoma City COVID-19 Safety Code. It requires 7 affirmative votes for the emergency. The current COVID-19 Safety Code is due to expire on December 7th, 2020, and this amendment will extend the expiration date, Your Honor, to January 22nd, 2020.
2021. And I want to
2021.
mention, I want to point out that the memo says 2020. It's like, writing your checks. Like, so it's hard for us to catch up, but the ordinance itself says 2021, and that's what matters. Okay, well, Councilman, would you like to hear an update on the state of COVID from Dr. McGough before we consider the?
Thank you.
Dr. McGough, welcome. I think this is certainly top of mind for us this week, but nevertheless, we always love hearing from you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor and Council. We appreciate you hearing us today, and I'm understanding that Mr. J.D. Cooper is going to help advance slides for us. Do you have our first slide? And while he is doing that, I want to just report that as of November 23rd, 2020, the United States has 12,246,849 confirmed cases of COVID-19, and we are looking at, in the United States, 256,782 deaths. In the state of Oklahoma, we have 177,874 confirmed cases, 1,649 deaths, and in Oklahoma County, 36,199 cases and 281 deaths. We are now averaging 3,000 cases per day at a state level, and also in Oklahoma County, we are basically averaging 700 cases per day. Next slide, please. I appreciate Mr. J.D. Cooper for this graph, which he maintains for us.
Oh, you mean J.D. Baker?
Thank you, I'm sorry.
No
I'm
worries.
so sorry. Thank you, J.D. This reflects Canadian, Cleveland, and Oklahoma counties. And as you can see, the beginning of this graphic around March 15th, practically no cases at all. And if you look at November 19th at the very end, we're just under 1,000 cases. The part in beige at the end is reflective of backfilling that often happens from data from the State Health Department. So confirmed data is that 850 at the very high point of the orange line.
By the way, Dr. McGough, I don't know who added the OKC mask ordinance, but it actually was enacted on July 18th at the top of this mid-July peak. There's a little line, but it's in mid-August.
I barely see that.
Yeah. But anyways, because it's an important distinction, because you can see that after July 18th, the cases came down 30 to 40%. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. And I'm not sure how that's on there. And if we affected this chart negatively, JD, I'm sorry for that. He has done a wonderful job with that throughout, putting that on social media, so I want to give him credit for that. The next slide is reflective of data from hospitals participating in the MyHealth HIE, which is our health information exchange. It comprises 80% of all hospital systems in Oklahoma, and this is a sample of what is happening across the state. So these are admissions by patient, city of origin. So it's mask versus no mask policies. The green is reflective of the cities where there is a mask policy, and the brown is reflective of admissions from cities with no mask policies. There has been a consistent 3-point difference in positivity rate between mask versus non-mask cities. Additionally, the state rate is approximately 19%, while Oklahoma City is at approximately 16%. Next slide, please. And this is reflective of labs across Oklahoma which report into the MyHealth Health Information Exchange. And this is simply to represent that there is now widespread COVID-19 for age groups. So if you look at the extreme right bar, you will see that the yellow, the green, the blue, and the red are all basically even. Those are age groups, as you can see, for the yellow is 65 plus, The green is 50 to 64. The blue is 36 to 49. The red is 18 to 35. And so that is reflective of the age span and the spread in those categories, which has now been widespread. And what that tells us is there's not any one particular group that is not affected age-wise. The next slide, please. This is reflective of the Oklahoma City metropolitan area with daily current hospitalizations. So here we see a 30-day, basically a month span, October 22nd until November 22nd. We are looking at a difference of from 300 hospitalizations to 576, which, as we know, locally and nationally is putting an immense burden upon our hospitals and our intensive care units, our healthcare systems in general. This includes all COVID-19 hospitalizations in Oklahoma, Cleveland, and Canadian County hospitals. Next slide, please, JD. We have Oklahoma City metropolitan area daily current ICU hospitalizations. This is reflective of October 22nd through November 22nd. Again, we see there were basically 110 cases originally, and now we're running close to 180, 160 at the end of this graph. Again, this indicates the immense burden that's being placed on our healthcare system in our Oklahoma City metropolitan area. And I appreciate you allowing us to share this and share this early in the process. Thank you very much for your time and attention to this matter. We greatly appreciate it.
Thank you very
Dr.
much.
McGough. Do we have any questions for Dr. McGough?
Can you hear me, Doctor?
Yes, thank you. Just now.
Wonderful.
Sorry, Councilperson Cooper.
Nothing about which to apologize. I spoke with Heather from our emergency management yesterday. Just wanted to make sure I'm understanding some things correctly. I am to understand 60 to 75% of our ICU hospitalizations here in Oklahoma City, in other words, those who are taking up the beds right now, receiving care, come from areas without the mask mandates. Is that about right?
That is correct. That is our understanding.
Okay. I am also to understand that we have projection models right now that tell us by February 20th, 2021, we could see as many as 1,500 people hospitalized.
That is correct.
That's correct. Is it also my understanding we do not have capacity for such numbers?
And the capacity, I'm sorry, I can't truly speak to that. I would defer that to the Oklahoma Hospital Association because I don't regulate that, and I really hate to speak to that for them, but that is my understanding as well.
Okay. And as you said, it's across age demographics. It is also my understanding that the numbers we're seeing right now, and again, correct me if I'm wrong, are as high as our state's initial projections originally. These just numbers weren't what we saw coming in some ways. Is that about right? Or could you walk me through that?
So I would have to speak to that from my personal opinion. I expected this from the beginning, and our city county health department did anticipate that it could get this bad. I do not remember what the state health department projected at the very beginning, but I'm certain if they were looking at any science that they understood that this is probably worse than what they had earlier anticipated.
Okay. That'll be all. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Hamon, you had some questions?
Yeah, well, thank you for the presentation, first of all. I guess my question is one that I think I've asked a few times as we've renewed this, but had the sort of serious series of where we're seeing tracing of cases in the Oklahoma City metro county area really changed at all from restaurants, bars, in-person faith gatherings, those sorts of things? Has that changed much at all?
It has, and so early on what we were attempting to do was to reflect where we were seeing people say, I was here, and then now they have a case. And it's a little bit confusing because some people think we're saying that's where they got COVID-19, and we don't know that. So what we were seeing was those clusters, and we were trying to help and guide the community, like these are things you may want to plan accordingly and not participate in these activities or these locations. But what has happened now, as I was showing on that one graph, it has become so widespread that it's really difficult and it's almost unhelpful for us to try to point at something, because some evidence, some segments of the community then kind of get punished for something that is really hard to nail down. And so that's why that's why we keep saying the 3 W's, wear your mask and watch your distance and wash your hands frequently and sanitize frequently. And we truly believe, and I, as a healthcare and a public healthcare professional for many years, I understand the correlation between economy and someone's health and the amount of money that someone is able to bring in and their health. There is a direct link. And I'm not oblivious to that, as some health professionals may be, but I am also very concerned about pointing a finger at some segment when I really can't draw that conclusion. However, saying that, the White House document does continue to tell us that we need to watch and monitor what we're doing with our bars and restaurants. So I don't want to be remiss in saying that. And I appreciate very much that we at least have some kind of mandates coming at a state level. I greatly support and appreciate what this council and our mayor has done in trying to help our city stay safe, because you have made major strides compared to other cities in this state and in the nation. So I hope that helps, but it's just become so widespread. I loved our Serious series. I was hoping that was going to be something we could launch and direct people and kind of help, because people were looking for guidance. I still think that there are so many areas that I try not to politicize any of it. And I really try to keep a very clear separation from what is healthcare and public healthcare and what is politics. And so what I try to do is present data and data only. And today I was trying to give you a look at something else that shows it is clearly widespread. And we clearly need a mask ordinance to continue. And, I'm confident in you that we will take care of that, hopefully. But I really can't speak to particular areas. And I would love to, Councilperson, because I admire the things that we're trying to do as a city and a council, but I just can't do that, and I'm sorry.
Well, but so what I'm hearing is that, and I even, I have people reach out to me and say, well, look where the mask ordinance started, and now we're here. And I try to explain to them that, correlation is not always causation. That's a thing we learned in social science. And that, there's an unintended consequence of people maybe feeling more free to move about because of the mask ordinance, which is great, but then that also means maybe more people are going to bars and restaurants or to crowded gatherings where they're wearing a mask, but that's not enough, right? It's the distancing as well.
Right.
So even if you're in a crowded room packed with people and you're wearing a mask, that's not
Right.
still great. So what I feel like I've heard you say sort of continually is that the mask is not enough, is that it's the 3, right? It's the distancing
all
as
3.
well. It's that. So that's where I'm trying to help people and understand and try to communicate that, yes, we do need the mask ordinance because we can see that there's some difference in the data between communities that are not, sort of, even if it's culturally just saying, hey, we're not going to mandate it, but you should wear a mask when you're out and about, and what we're seeing in Oklahoma City. But I'm still convicted that as a council, we need to do something more because we're seeing that it's not enough, right? That we're seeing that people are still gathering in tight enclosed spaces, and sometimes they're not even wearing masks. But even if they are, that's not enough.
And what I do want to say on that is we know, and science is supporting the fact, that masking is the most effective thing that we currently have that we can do. So we can't, we have to be cautious when we say masking isn't enough. it is still, we would be in such worse shape. And we know that by looking at these very things that I showed us today. The cities that don't have mask ordinances, there is greater hospitalization from them. There are greater number of cases. It's clear. And so anyone that can't look at that and understand, and I know you do, but it's still masking is the piece that is
making that
pivotal.
distinction.
But it also, the separation, the distance then definitely makes a difference, because there are still some droplets that might come outside of a mask. So you do have to have the distance too. And so I think when Mayor was asking our city and our metro area last week and saying things like, we don't need people to go to a restaurant if they live outside of each other's households, and then they want to go get together in a restaurant, let alone sit close enough just to eat, but then take their mask off to eat, that we know that is a problem when people that are not from the same household get together. With or without mask, it's not safe. It's safer with a mask, but it's not safe. People should right now, in this height of cases and hospitalizations being out, nationally, we're hearing it. Locally, there have been national reports on our local hospitals in our state about how bad it is. And it is shocking and it's terrible. But, the thing is if it's not affecting someone personally, they frequently don't care.
Definitely a thing. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Dr. McGough?
I have a couple, if you don't mind. First, thank you for the presentation. I have a couple, and you can help me with this. First, there has been a lot of questions about contact tracing, as far as what people have been wanting, and some people say the lack of. Can you express and explain where we are with contact tracing and how our rise in numbers has impacted the way we have to contact trace?
Right. I hope I can get at what you're talking about. So we all know that contact tracing in the first part in the investigation is to mitigate spread. It's to find people that are infected and then protect other people from them, and that's the whole piece of that. So what is happening now is that people are not, everyone's not fully disclosing like where they've been, who they've been in contact with. Early on, we saw a lot of cooperation with that. And then as time has gone on, people are weary and they're sick of COVID and they're sick of the whole process, and they're just not as cooperative. We still have some people that will tell you everything they've done, but many people are not. And so what we are really still very good at is the primary case, and reaching out to the people that are immediately around them. But past that, we don't have lots of information. And what we do have, it's still good. Any information, any data tells us something, but it's not always completely conclusive. It gives us an idea. So that's where we're at with that. And if there's a piece of that I need to further clarify, I will.
Well, I guess a lot of the concern is the fact that folks are saying no one is calling them about contact tracing. No one is following through or following up with how or where. So, but you just explained.
Yeah, and I think part of that, so thank you, that helps me. So part of that too is our epidemiologists understand things that maybe the general public doesn't understand. If I have been in this room and you're sitting right there and you are a case, very likely I'm not getting anything from you because you're masked up and you have a shield and you have the plexiglass and I have my mask on. So even though I spent, time in here with you, I doubt I'm going to get it from you, even if you're very sick. However, if I walk in this room and you have a mask on and I don't, that's going to be a different story, and things like that. So the epidemiologists look at that, and sometimes they rule out this person doesn't need to be called back, but that individual is really concerned and they think a lot of people need to be notified, and that's not the way it works.
Okay. My second question, will you express and explain when we're looking at testing in active cases, and that's, we've received correspondence, and I read one from a state representative speaking to this. When we receive or when we test, how does that go into an active case? If you can explain that process, and I guess more so in explaining that, or bust the myth, if you will, of what that is, because people are saying that when you are tested, if you are testing positive or not, it goes into an active case, depending on which category you may be in. So I would say a lot of folks fear that that is why we see a rise in numbers in cases because of the categories that people are being tested are particularly placed in, if that makes sense.
We follow up on the positive cases, and in Oklahoma County, because we were fortunate through our board that they allowed us to participate in some new things, technology. Qualtrics is what we use that follows up. So every single person is followed up on, that we receive a report that they're positive, and all the associations that they report to us are then followed up on according to the standard CDC EPI protocol. So we don't have anyone that's not being followed up on. Now, I cannot speak for the rest of the state because what happens is some people, by the time they were getting their results from labs, they're already outside of a quarantine period, or they're outside of, and then they've already exposed lots of other people. And I think that may be what you're talking about. When that occurs, then you are getting spread. When the testing and then the tracing doesn't happen in a proper amount of time, it's really of no effect.
Mayor, if I could quickly.
Yes, please.
Doctor, first, thank you for sharing this data with us. I mean, it's exactly, I think, what's needed. You know, when we talk about the mandate piece of it, though, I don't think there's, I can tell you for myself personally, I don't wear the mask because it's mandated. I wear it because I believe it's the right thing to do, specifically for those around me that I want to protect.
Exactly.
And I feel like I've also seen a big shift in the public with realizing that, hey, this is our best tool. And they see the numbers going up, and I see that concern grow. So, although every time I've voted against the mask mandate itself, I still talk to people and tell them I think the mask is the best thing that we can do. I don't think anyone on council is wearing their mask just because it's mandated. And I don't believe we have any actions of ever enforcing this mandate. I don't believe the mandate is necessary as much as the communication. And Mayor, I think you've done a fantastic job of communicating this need to the community. Doctor, yourself as well, the entire organization.
Thank you.
So although I don't believe in the mask mandate, I would again implore everyone, wear your mask, keep your distance, wash your hands. I'm not perfect, but I try to always do that. So I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you, and I appreciate that sentiment, and I understand where you're coming from, because it should be, it's what I do because I care about you and what you do, that you care about me. The piece that I still have to, and again, that's where I try to be as objective as possible. I would love to point to one group and say, this is where it's being spread. I would also love to say that just us wanting to do it because it's the right thing to do is enough. But the science then on the data is showing the difference between mask and non-mask cities. And so that's what I have to grapple with too, and that's what I have to report to you, is there's a difference in hospitalizations, as I indicated, but on the, I think it was the green and the brown on that one chart. It's like, you know, it's like half. And so it's because not everyone has the same heart and soul that you do, and some people, it's just not worth it to them to wear a mask, but it should be. And so sometimes they need that prompt, and I think that's the difference. And sometimes it's lack of awareness, it's lack of education, it's age. It's an age group that they're in. Like now that we know it's so much between 18 and 35, it's just as equal as it was earlier with 65 plus. Now that we see that, they don't, you know, we know that a mind is not fully mature, sometimes even at 21. And so that age group is not going to make the decision that's best for you or best for me or best for their grandmother. And I'm not picking on them because I'll get hate mail that says I'm picking on teenagers. Some teenagers are amazing, so I will add that. But again, sometimes we need to prompt people. They need that little bit of extra thing. I don't want to mandate anything. I wish it was a free society and that everybody could make their own choices about all things. But we know if we got there, it could be mass chaos, and many more people would be dead.
Mayor, I got some thoughts, because I fall into two categories that have been talked about right now. That the category that doesn't buy a lot of this, and the category that I would not be wearing this right now if it wasn't city policy that I have to. So there's one, Todd.
So you were both evidence against and for the ordinances.
But I'm not a medical expert. And so that's really the thing here. And so these numbers that you've provided, I really appreciate, and I think they're accurate. I don't question the validity of the numbers. What I do question, though, is the conclusion that we've come to, and it's because of correlation is not always causation. Mm-hmm. And so you're talking about 16 and 19%. That's just a 3% difference, and it's in a uncontrolled, not, there's just no control over that. It's just observational science. And so for me, again, I'm not a doctor, but there are other doctors, there are medical professionals who say things that do make sense to me. And so the rest of what I'm going to say is strictly about whether or not masks are effective. And so one of those doctors that I found is Dr. Jim Meehan. He is a doctor from Tulsa. And so I'm just going to read a few of the things that he says, just so it's not my thoughts. And sorry, I haven't talked a lot on this subject, so please indulge me for about 4 or 5 minutes. So he makes some key points at the beginning of his blog, and here are just 3. Number 1, decades of the highest level scientific evidence overwhelmingly conclude that medical masks are ineffective at preventing the transmission of respiratory viruses. Number 2, those arguing for masks are relying on low-level evidence, none of which are powered to counter the evidence, arguments, and risks of mask mandates. Number 3, any reasonable risk to benefit analysis of medical masks concludes that the risks overwhelmingly outweigh the benefits. Now, those are all just conclusions that he's come to. But he uses a lot of different studies and papers to defend these conclusions and to show that the conventional wisdom isn't correct. One is source control, which we've already talked about a lot, about the my mask protects you from me. He cites 9 studies that come to the conclusion that surgical masks aren't effective as source control and don't reduce viral transmission. He also talks about government policies, and he cites a working paper from the National Bureau of Economic Research, and the paper's conclusion is that the data trends indicate that non-pharmaceutical interventions, such as lockdowns, closures, travel restrictions, stay-home orders, event bans, quarantines, curfews, and mask mandates, do not seem to affect virus transmission rates overall. Then he has a list of 17 ways that masks can cause harm. And I'm going to read all 17. I'm just kidding. I'm not going to read all 17, just 6 of them. Okay, so medical masks adversely affect respiratory physiology and function. Medical masks lower oxygen levels and raise carbon dioxide levels in the blood. Medical masks trap exhaled viral and other pathogens in the mouth-mask interspace, increase viral infectious load, and increase the severity of disease. Number 4, wearing a mask may give a false sense of security. Number 5, masks compromise communication and reduce social distancing. Number 6, masks worn imperfectly are dangerous. And so because of these things, these are just my thoughts now, not his. Because of these things, I would never personally encourage anyone to wear a mask. And so I certainly would not be in favor of a government mandating it. Now, there are so many different thoughts, opinions, and feelings about this issue, and because of that, it doesn't make sense to make everyone conform to one of those opinions. So, those are my thoughts, and you guys can tear it up as much as you want. Thanks.
The only thing I want to address, Councilman Greiner, I'm familiar with Dr. Meehan. I do think it's very important to note that he is an ophthalmologist, and though I will go to him first up for my cataract someday, I'm going to go to Dr. McGough for public health advice. But thank you for sharing that.
Yeah, you want who he is? He's an ophthalmologist and preventative medicine specialist with over 20 years of experience in advanced training in immunology, inflammation, and infectious disease.
Okay.
He has performed well over 10,000 surgical procedures. He is also trained in internal medicine, addiction medicine, endocrinology, integrative medicine, functional medicine, and nutrition. So yeah, that's his little bio.
We'll leave it there. Thank you. Any other comments or questions for Dr. McGough?
Yes, I will not leave it there. Let me tell you, is this on? Can y'all hear me well?
Yes, yes.
Thank you. Let me be clear, particularly to my Ward 2 residents who are watching this presentation. I understand we are long past the time, and I say this as someone who teaches English Composition 1 and 2, who has taught that since 2008, has taught college preparation and how to write 5-paragraph essays with thesis statements, with citing sources, with integrating sources into arguments. 12 years worth of that work. It has humbled me. It has also helped me understand I'm not going to persuade anybody at this point who does not agree with me. I understand that. I hate it. I understand it. So I want to speak directly to my Ward 2 residents and anyone else in the city who already is following the science and say, I see you and I hear you. Stay strong. We just have a few more months until this vaccine is with us. Until this vaccine and those who have funded it and made it possible reward your efforts at washing your hands, your efforts at physical distancing, and your efforts at mask wearing. Help is on the way. And I am so proud of every single one of you who have taken seriously this virus. Now, let me tell you what we're up against, everybody. And this is not just with mask mandates. We are up against algorithms. For anyone who just saw the documentary on Netflix, you'll hear more about it as the Oscar buzz starts revving up, but the social dilemma. There is a reason why Councilman Greiner and I come to different conclusions, and the reason is simple. Algorithms have shaped the set of facts we see on Facebook. James is seeing a set of one facts. I am seeing a set of another. And we now live in a country.
I'm not on Facebook.
Facebook, YouTube, Google, it is all the same, Councilman. It is all this, it's all happening, all the internet searches, YouTube, Yahoo, Bing, Facebook, Instagram. The algorithms are so clever now. They are so clever now that it literally sets me up as James Cooper to when I log on to social media, it knows to put Councilwoman Nice first in my newsfeed. It knows to do that. It knows to put my ex and their post first so that I see what they posted. It is a way to engage me in that social media platform. And it is furthermore, insidiously, there so that I see advertisements on Facebook. It wants me on there as long as possible. That is what we're up against. We are fighting a disinformation campaign, and we are also fighting algorithms that have shaped the truth, capital T truth for us. So for those of you who are, again, been following the science, what I would encourage you to keep doing what I have always taught my students to do. Find a source from the far left. Find a source in the center. Find a source on the far right. And then use your God-given brain to deduce the truth for yourself. That's why we have a 5-paragraph essay structure as old as 2,000 years ago with Aristotle. The idea being that the 3 middle paragraphs is one piece of evidence from one source, next paragraph, another piece of evidence from another source, next paragraph, another piece of evidence from another source. That's ancient. And we must admit this is what we are up against, and it is going to tear apart our democracy if we do not acknowledge how algorithms are shaping our day-to-day lives. influencing us, dividing us, and then having the gall to turn back around and call us divisive. If I sound mad, it's because I'm mad. I sat through a semester this year where from August until, mid-October, sorry, you know what, I'm gonna bring my tone back down. I sat through a class this semester where I had a student, great guy, great. But each class I had to explain to them to pull their mask over their nose. Now they were wearing their mask, but I had to explain to them to pull it over their nose. Finally, one day before class, I asked the student, why don't you wear it over your mouth and your nose? Do you know how this virus spreads? And they hemmed and they hawed, and then finally said, no, I guess I don't. And so I said, well, let me explain. And I explained the droplets through the nose. I explained the droplets through the mouth. And once I was finished with that explanation, do you know what we did not do? Fight. He pulled up his mask. There's no telling what Facebook and TikTok and Instagram and Google had presented to him that got him to a place where he did not understand the effectiveness of that mask. I don't know what happened, but I know what's possible. So I just want you all to know that that's what we're up against. That's what's happening. That's what's happening. That's how we can get to a place where someone thinks an eye doctor knows more than an epidemiologist. The other thing I want to say is, for those of you in this city and again in my ward who have reached out and encouraged me to support this mask mandate since the beginning, let me say I would call upon the governor of this state to do a statewide mask mandate. And I would call upon that governor to then turn to the president of the United States of America and send financial relief back here to our restaurants and bars so that they can close their doors until this vaccine has made it into the lives of enough of our people. That's how you save our economy. And this idea that we can't do that, we did it during the Great Depression. The federal government invested in our people then. What do we think the lakes in this state are? We built them. What do we think the WPA projects are? We built them with federal dollars, with our hands. Our governor should ask our Congress and our president to invest in and believe in our people. Let us weather this storm. Right now, they have tied our hands behind our back, and our people are dying. They have anxiety about whether or not their restaurants and bars are going to remain open. And if I'm talking at length about this, yeah, I am, because our governor is not. Someone has to. And I want word to the people who keep emailing me, who keep calling me, who keep texting me, begging me for more action. I want them to know someone is hearing them. That's what I want them to know. And to the people in small town Oklahoma, I want you to know my father grew up in Tom, Oklahoma, in Idabel. I don't just consider myself someone who calls Oklahoma City home. I call Oklahoma home. I want that mask mandate statewide for you, for your families.
Just to be clear, I've heard a lot more pro-mask arguments than anti-mask arguments. It's almost nearly 100% at this horseshoe or virtual horseshoe that I've heard. And so it still just doesn't make sense to me. It's not the fact that I'm only getting one side of one-sided information, let's just say that. And then, since we're giving advice to the mayor or the governor and president, I would urge them to stay the course that they have taken. I believe that they have been instituting pretty solid policy and not perfect by any stretch, but I don't think a state or national mask mandate is a good idea.
Over 200,000 Americans are dead. Look what we did after 9/11. We rallied because of an external enemy? What are we doing when over 200,000 Americans have lost their lives?
And I will say that that is a lot of the impetus of all of these policies, is that we feel like we need to do something, we have to do something, and the deal is that we need to do things that actually work.
Like a mask mandate.
Okay. You're probably not going to change either mind, so. Councilman McAtee, make sure your mic's on, though, and you're wearing it.
How are we doing now? We got it?
Yes.
Thank you. Those people who know me on the Horseshoe and from around the city know that I am in favor of whatever works for the most good of the people. And in this case right here, however, there are unintended consequences that are going around. There are divisive arguments on both sides going around. I believe that we should be making our decisions ourselves. I'm a grown man, you're a grown lady, you're a grown person. You need to analyze the data as you see it and make your decision accordingly. When I do that, I find that for me personally, I will wear a mask, but I will not recommend it to someone else because there are compelling arguments, I believe, on the other side that say, hey, this may not be for you. Let's come together. Let's have a MAPS, if you will, position, but let's make it voluntary and not mandatory. That's my position right there. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Mark?
At this time, if it's okay with you, Your Honor, I want to introduce this ordinance by way of a motion. But before I do, Doctor, I want to thank you for an outstanding presentation today. It was very meaningful. It was very helpful. And I hope you will come back to our next meeting. And at this time, I'd move to pass the ordinance, and then I will ask next to be adopted with an emergency. Thank you.
Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second on the ordinance. This simply has to pass with a simple majority, and I'm confident that it was not seconded by James Greiner, as the screen indicates. It was seconded by James Cooper. I could see it in your eyes, James. Okay, so cast your votes. Oh, I'm sorry, any further discussion? And nobody signed up to speak, so with that, we will cast our votes. Okay, passes 6-3. Councilman?
At this time, I'd move to have the ordinance be declared an emergency.
Okay. We have a motion and a second to adopt the emergency, which allows it to take effect immediately. Cast your votes. Passes 7-2 and with the required 7 votes. Thank you, Dr. McGough, Phil, everybody. Thank you so much for all you're doing, and keep it up. And obviously, this is only one tool in the tool belt. We want to make sure that the city continues to take precautions, certainly in this 10-day period that we're making a major push, but obviously beyond that until we have a vaccine.
Thank you all.
Very much.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you very much.
Okay, we will now return back to regular order. Having completed item 10A, we'll now come back to page 1 of your printed agenda. We'll recess the council meeting, convene as the Oklahoma City Municipal Facilities Authority, where we have items A through F we can take with one motion. Absolutely. Councilman McAtee wants to hear from Eric, who clearly anticipated that. And what item is that in regards to?
Item A.
Item A, okay.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm Eric Winger, Director of Public Works. Speaking on MFA Item A, this is a preliminary report for a road widening project on Southwest 15th. It's from Mustang Road to the JKT. This is part of our 2017 bond program. This will actually expand that roadway from 2 to 4 lanes. It'll help with some of the increased traffic that's been in the area. And we've received a lot of residential concerns with new schools, with new neighborhoods that are being constructed, but it's also going to support the increased traffic that's expected on the turnpike as well. With this being the preliminary report, it's not expected to have final plans completed until summer 2022, at which time the fall of 22 is when we expect construction to begin. And with that, I can answer any additional questions you might have.
Okay, all right, thank you. If there's no other questions on the items under MFA, we could take a motion.
Move the items.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes as soon as you're able.
I don't know if my mic, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, just thank you for asking Eric to speak, Councilman, and thank you, Eric, for your comments.
I guess hold the vote. You're going to speak on an MFA item?
Well, yeah,
Okay,
I just
go
want to
ahead.
know, I want a better understanding of where we are getting the idea that adding lanes, widening lanes, leads to decreases in traffic congestion. Again, I've said this a few times now, being up here to the point where I must sound like a broken record, but I've attended conferences, whether it's transit conferences or whether it's Congress for New Urbanism. I know that many of you have gone on walks with Jeff Speck, who speaks on these urbanist issues. I just remain unconvinced based on the science and the data that widening streets leads to decreases in traffic congestion. So I don't know that I support this effort.
If I may comment, as we study the city of Oklahoma City entirely, we're monitoring traffic. We're monitoring increases and decreases in traffic. We're monitoring our condition of streets. Some streets are originally designed as 2-lane. Some are at a point needing to go to 4-lane, and a lot of that follows new development. So in this particular area of southwest Oklahoma City, it's a very rural-based type area. It's one that's seeing considerable development, considerable investment by developers that are putting a lot of efforts into that area. And traffic has naturally increased with the construction of schools. There's a lot of parents that are now dropping off students at schools. We're getting complaints of backups on those 2-lane roads. We're also seeing that as the state moves forward with the construction of infrastructure in our state, the extension of the JKT Turnpike in the area, that it's also improving and increasing some of the traffic. So this is just a city's response as a part of the 2017 studies that were done to do road widening improvements, and Southwest 15th is one of those. In 2007, Oklahoma City had nearly 40 road widening projects, but in the 2017 program, that number is less than 20. So we do recognize that fewer roads need to be widened in Oklahoma City, but that doesn't eliminate the widening need entirely.
Okay.
Well, I'll just say this, since it's the councilman's ward, and it seems like you're okay with this.
I'm okay with it. I'm 110% in favor of it. And if you ever go out to that area in the morning or in the evening, sit there and talk, you. Oh.
Okay.
I only mention that to say that when these conversations make their way into Ward 2, I would hope that we revisit the same sort of courtesy and the pointing to the research that I am suggesting at that time. So if that's what you and your people in Ward 3 say you need, then okay.
Okay, all right, we already have a motion and a second, so let's go ahead and cast our votes. Passes unanimously. Now we'll adjourn OCMFA and convene as the Oklahoma City Public Property Authority, where we have items A through F we can take with one motion.
Move the items.
Got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes as soon as you are able. Passes unanimously. Okay, we'll adjourn OCPPA and convene as the Oklahoma City Environmental Assistance Trust, where we have items A through B. We have a presentation, however, on item A.
Yes, sir. So Chris Browning, our Utilities Director, is here to speak to this item. This item addresses the residential debris removal program. We've had some questions from council, so I've also asked Eric Winger, our Public Works Director, and Doug Cupper, our Parks and Recreation Director, to talk about debris removal from the right-of-way and in the streets, on the medians, and in the parks. So they'll also add into that.
And I should also add, OG&E is coming later in this meeting for a
Yes.
presentation on power-related fallout from the. This is just about storm debris.
Good morning, Chris Browning, Utilities Director. We have two crews who began working on November 16th. They mobilized, and they're continuing to mobilize as we speak today, into Oklahoma City. The epicenter, the most concentrated areas of storm debris, as you can see from this map, is Western and 23rd. So we have crews working in all directions from that point. We also have crews working from Memorial, east and west, and from southwest 134th at Western, both directions as well. We have been able to clear 6 fire grids so far, and a fire grid is a square mile. We have removed approximately 5,000 tons of the 100,000 ton estimate that we have on the ground today. And these are just in the residential properties. Now, my crews are not doing any clearing along the arterials or parks or schools. I'm just talking about residential properties for my report. We have more trucks on the way. They're continuing to bring trucks in each day. The two contractors are Graham County from North Carolina and Custom Tree Care from Kansas. And with that, I'll be happy to answer questions that you may have.
Where are we on the status of an emergency request for FEMA assistance? Will we be receiving any FEMA assistance in this cleanup?
Councilman, it is my understanding the application has been submitted, and we're awaiting confirmation.
So the state has submitted for the presidential declaration, which is required in order for us to be eligible. And so that's all in that process.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions for Chris? Thank you so much. I know it's a big job. Thank you. You didn't plan on that this winter, so appreciate it.
We've done it a few times in the past, Mr. Mayor. We'll do it again.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you.
Okay, well, we could take items A and B under the, oh, my bad, sorry. Go ahead, Eric.
We'll be really fast.
Eric Winger, Public Works Director. So just to respond to some additional information regarding the update by Chris Browning, Utilities. Public Works and Utilities are working very closely together on all city streets. And so Public Works is focused on the non-utilities customer, more focused on the arterial street. When the ice storm occurred in late October, one of the first orders of business was for us to actually clear all the fallen limbs that were in the streets. So that was priority for Public Works, and all the streets have been cleared. We did do emergency bidding and had 3 local contractors assist us just to make sure that we got all the damage picked up as quickly as possible. So that work is complete. We've now bid additional contracts to contractors to remove the debris that was placed behind those curbs. And that process is just now beginning, and it's on the same similar schedule as utilities. It's going to take several months to remove all this debris from the right-of-way. We're estimating less, but it's still spread out. It's in all areas of Oklahoma City. So we'll be able to provide some updated maps of our cleanup efforts. We do have an item on the agenda today that you'll find that is an additional contract for that arterial street debris removal. We are only picking up limbs that are located in the right-of-way. So if it's on private property, we're not able to pick those parcels up. We're not also able to collect from commercial customers that are located along arterials. But if you're a church, a public school, if it's in a neighborhood and that debris has been stacked behind the curb and it's in the right-of-way, we will be clearing that debris from the right-of-way. So the right-of-way is going to be that area that's generally 6 to 10 feet behind the curb. So if it's further behind the curb than that, we simply just aren't able to retrieve it. But additional updates to follow, and we're also working really closely with the Parks Department, and Doug can provide those updates as well.
Thank you, Eric.
So Doug's crews are dealing with both trimming of trees, like in parks, as well as on medians, and so they've got a lot of work that they're out there doing, and then working with Public Works on the haul off of the materials.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager, Mayor, City Council. I know that most of us are probably more concerned with the medians and on our thoroughfares and things along those lines that the Parks Department is responsible for. At your next City Council meeting, hopefully you will be awarding a contract to a tree company that will be responsible for helping us get the broken and hangings that are still in the trees in the medians, as well as the parks, the golf courses, and even our partner areas such as Mirrored Gardens and Scissortail Park. We have cleared the majority of them, like Mr. Browning and Mr. Winger are talking about. We've helped them to clear the streets and get them into the right-of-way. We'll be cleaning that debris up. In the Cleveland neighborhood area, their wide median is more like their park, and we will be dealing with that as well. Of course, we do seek all kinds of volunteers. The OKC Beautiful has done an extensive job on Classen alone in cleaning up the debris that was created from the ice storm. If neighborhoods want to help drag the debris to the curb line so that then Eric Winger's contractors can come along and pick up those piles, we would love that assistance. But the Parks and Recreation staff has been working towards those ends since the storm ended. And as I said, we will have a contract before you next council meeting so that we can get all of the tonnage that is still hanging in the trees down on the ground and disposed of. Thank you.
Yeah, I appreciate Doug and Eric and Chris and their teams and all of our employees who are working on this, as well as the contractors working with us. It's a significant effort, and it's going to take a long time to get it away, and we're very early in the process, so I really appreciate everyone's efforts on that.
Indeed. Okay. Well, we have items A and B then that we can take with one motion.
Second.
We've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes as soon as you are able. There we go. Passes unanimously. All right, we'll adjourn Oklahoma City Environmental Assistance Trust and reconvene as the City Council, where we find ourselves on page 3 of your printed agenda. Item 7, the consent docket. We have a couple things to point out. One is there was an amendment to item I that was properly noticed, just changing the dollar amounts. And then on item T, if this requires an emergency, but the consent docket vote, I am told, will be sufficient for that as long as it receives 6 votes. And then finally, we have a presentation on item AT. Is there anything else that any council member would like to pull out for a separate vote or for a discussion?
Just for discussion, Mayor, please. Item, let's see, 7. Oh, I lost it. Crown Heights. There it is. 7U, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor, this
Yep.
is David
Yes.
Greenwell. I have a question that if I can ask real quickly, it might eliminate us.
Okay.
Do we have an Office of Innovation currently?
We do not.
Okay, thank you.
What item is that in
Well, it was in regards to item C. What I was going to ask is if we do have an Office of Innovation, could we have a report on issues they're working on? Because I think there's a lot of opportunities in terms of drones that the city could be utilizing.
So we've had a group of employees that have pulled together that we've been working on a program that is an innovation program. They've focused in on a specific project, just learning this innovation process.
Yeah.
And so they've been working through that, but it's really, and we can report back to that later on, but it's specific to an area. It's not really one that's studying something specific. You know, it's like studying multiple issues. There's just specific areas that they're looking at right now.
And we have previously authorized a chief innovation officer, but we froze that in
That's
this
right.
budget.
That's
Yeah.
right. So in the city
may
manager's
recall.
office, we had a position for chief innovation officer.
We just don't have it filled yet.
That's right. And
That's
we
fine.
froze the position, so it won't be filled in this year. We'd reevaluate that later.
Yeah, no, that's great. I just think there's opportunities there.
Yes.
Well, then, I would like to see item G, some additional information on that one, and item J. And that's it in terms of the consent docket.
Mayor?
Yes.
Item N and AA3, are related, so I'll just mention both in one.
Okay.
And also item O2, please, and P.
Wait, what was that last one?
Item P,
Okay,
P is in P.
got it.
Thank you.
At.
Any other items? Okay. Well, we'll take them in order then, which means we will begin with item G, Councilman Greenwell. CARES
Yes.
Act.
Could I have some explanation on this item, please?
Hello, Councilman. Brent Bryant, Finance Director. This item here was brought back to the council previously. It gave us the opportunity to acquire the necessary services and goods for the ASM to support our efforts at the Chesapeake Arena and other locations. And as a result of going through the process of acquiring stuff, we needed to do two things to amend this. One is to extend it out to March 31st, past the December 30 deadline in using the CARES funds. In addition to that, we initially just said it was for CARES funds that we're going to pay for that. But we anticipate that some of the purchases will not be able to be made by December 30th to use CARES funds, but we still need to buy some stuff to be ready. And so what we're doing there is extending that authorization out to March 31st of 2021.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood thinking that we were going to continue to expend CARES funds after December 31st.
That was one of the amendments we needed to clarify on this, was we could use other funds to try to address that.
Yes, I'm sorry, so thank you.
Okay. Then item J, and we'll stay with you, Councilman Greenwell.
Okay. Well, could I have some clarification on this item? Telescopic seating for the MAPS 3 Convention Center. David, thank you.
Yes, sir. David Todd, MAPS Program Manager. This is an item that we looked at early on with the operator at the convention center, and they weren't concerned. This is something that they'll need if they do an event with a lot of people in the exhibit hall, so that they can seat a lot of people. Initially, they said that they didn't see a need for this kind of seating because the Cox Center would still operate and do those things. But subsequently, the Cox Center has changed purpose. And now, instead of renting it a couple of times a year, they're going to be using these a lot more. Luckily, we had it within the convention center budget. Rather than going through a change order with the contractor and adding another 15 to 20%, we were able to do it with a contract in this way and just purchase it directly.
Well, thank you. So this is seating that can be adjusted in terms of height?
It's just like the seats at the Chesapeake Arena at the bottom, you know, the ones that are like bleachers down there?
Okay.
The telescoping is the fact that it pulls out from the wall.
Oh,
Right,
I'm
they're-
sorry.
They're collapsible and they're portable also,
Yeah.
so they can be put any place.
I don't get to sit down close to the... Thank you.
Okay, item N, Councilwoman Nice.
Yes, thank you. Although, Councilman Greenwell, I will say, when I Googled that, it didn't come up bleachers at first. I had to look up something else,
Yeah,
so I
I was-
understand what you were saying.
I appreciate the explanation. Thank you all.
Item N, I just wanted to reemphasize that we are looking for public art in this beautiful, newly renovated Manuel Perez Park. And again, even with that, AA speaks to the park improvements that we are at, that are going to take place or that have, as far as the project is concerned. So I know Veterans Day, we had a beautiful ceremony and a great way to honor our Oklahoma veterans who have come before us and all received the Medal of Honor. And I didn't realize how many actually came from our state that have been recognized with this honor and this award. So especially speaking to the history of Manuel Perez. And I think that's the one thing as far as our state and our city. when you have folks that have roots in Oklahoma, a lot of folks tend to recognize them before we do in some aspects, not all the time, but just in some aspects. But when we are able to do that, it means so much. So especially speaking to this Manuel Perez Park and just that beautiful hidden gem, I think when we get that public artwork, it is going to make it an amazing piece. Although some folks in the community have already put some artwork there that doesn't belong. But I mean, you know, why not? I know it's not supposed to be there, but we would love for them to qualify to put some actual beautiful art pieces in this park too. So hopefully we'll be able to incorporate those ideas in what we want to see. So I'll leave it there. Thank you. And I'll keep my mic on because I have the next item.
Yep, item P, go ahead. Oh, no, I'm sorry, O2.
O2, yes. I know we talk about the mayor, you're executing the local governments for our National Register nominations, and I want to continue to re-emphasize my enthusiasm for this particular structure being deemed in keeping this a historic property that belonged to Mr. Sidney and Mary Lyons, 316 North Central Avenue. And again, speaking to that history of folks that have come through our cities and our communities in Oklahoma, I re-emphasize that Mr. Lyons, in reading and understanding some of his history, was very instrumental in the era of self-entrepreneurs that weren't commonly thought of as African Americans, and the fact that he was in the reigns of Madam C.J. Walker when it came to the products that he was able to sell around the country, not just in Oklahoma, and being able to see his work highlighted in a lot of those older Black Dispatch newspaper articles from the early 1920s to the 1930s, to understand the significance and importance of the work of Mr. Lyons and his wife. So this is, again, I'll talk about it as much as I can. When I see it again, you will hear me talking about it once more. But we're excited about what is to come with this property. Thank you.
And we'll stay with you on P.
Look at there. Me too. This is, just wanted to mention, we're looking at extending for the assessment role for Adventure District. And I will say, as we've noticed, all of our businesses, especially Adventure District, has had to be very creative in the time of COVID, and they have done it. And now this is extra emphasis for them to do the work with this bid process, and for them to continue to make this a destination, not only for our city, but for our state and for our country. So I just wanted to mention that.
Thank you. Councilman Cooper, item U.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just would like to hear a little bit more. I know there's a memo, but just wanted to let the good people in Crown Heights Park know what's coming. If you could speak to that, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cooper. Doug Cupper, Director of Parks and Recreation. This is a 2007 GEO bond project, long overdue for this neighborhood. We actually had multiple community meetings to talk to the neighbors about what we may or may not accomplish with putting a walking path through Crown Heights Park. This is one of those jewels through that section of the city, the older section of the city. And it's one of those areas that people normally got their exercise by walking in the street. Now, under normal circumstances, that might be okay, but some of those streets became busier and busier. And what better way than to have people bring their family, the parents can walk and exercise on this walking path while their kiddos play in the playgrounds or play a pickup game of baseball or softball or something on the fields there. Again, We had charrettes with the neighborhoods. They looked at the designs. They talked about the implications. They helped us decide the route that is before you today, and we're happy that we're going to be able to start construction as long as you all agree to put this contract forward. I'd be happy to answer any questions, but we really worked with the neighborhood hard on this one to get it aligned and get it created.
Yeah, I appreciate that backstory and taking time to walk us through the context. And just thank you for your work, and I very much look forward to seeing this. I think I asked council staff, I know that Crown Heights has a newsletter. I didn't know if we've maybe sent them an update, the Crown Heights Neighborhood Association, so they might be able to include some of this in there.
We anticipate making sure that the neighborhood association is aware once the contract has been approved by City Council.
Wonderful. Thank you, Doug. I appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Okay, and item, if I heard correctly, Councilwoman Nice, you wanted to talk about item AA3?
I actually did mention AA3.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I
but,
see that.
I
Manuel
did
press.
forget item W. So,
Okay.
Mr.
Okay.
Cupper, if you'll come back up. I wanted you to speak to where we're looking at for W. And before you begin, I was excited. I drove by the area and see the trucks moving for the Willie D. Johnson Recreation Center. So we're excited about that.
Thank you again, Doug Cupper. Because we wanted to create a new recreation facility at Douglas Park, which is now being called the Willie D. Johnson Recreation Center, we also realized that the clubhouse for the Jimmy Stewart Golf Course is within the environs of the old fairgrounds building, and we couldn't build a new facility for recreation to program without considering a new facility for the Jimmy Stewart Golf Course to work out of, and that's what this is to create a new clubhouse for the Jimmy Stewart Golf Course. And once those two buildings are erected and we are back in operation, then the old fairgrounds building will be demolished and removed, and some of it will be green space and some of it will be additional parking, mostly for the recreation center, but some of it will also be for the golf course. And we're excited as well, Ms. Nice, that we are going to be able to bring two absolutely dynamic facilities that have community space as well as functional space for the business that they are being created for, so that we'll have options for our neighbors to participate in additional programming at this location.
And did this come under bid?
I'm sorry?
Was this under bid as far as?
This one was under bid as well, so we're happy that the construction folks are still seeing the need to bring in their sharp pencils and give us a good price.
Okay. And I don't know if I asked you, were there any ad alternates that we needed for this?
No, this one was pretty clean as it was. We didn't have any big ad alternates in this project at all. So everything was able to fit into the footprint of the construction dollars that we had for this project.
And I may have some questions after this pertaining to this and the Willie D. Johnson, so I'll be in touch.
Well,
thank you.
Obviously, we had to retain some of the fundings from the project to be able to demolish the old building as well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and that, I think, just leaves us with item AT, where you had a presentation scheduled, Mr. City Manager.
Yes, I asked Chief Gorley just to give us an update on this grant that we received and how this grant will be used.
Well, good morning, everyone. Wade Gorley, Chief of Police Department. The SAFE Grant Oklahoma program is a state of Oklahoma funded grant through the Office of the Attorney General. The grant activities begin when we receive the funds, and at that time we'll have a 12-month time frame that the success will be measured and to also spend the money that we receive from the grant. For this application, OCPD requested $1.15 million, and their award was $400,000, which is pretty consistent with what we've received in the past. Despite the disparity in numbers, the framework of the program will still be delivered. The program works on a conceptual loop. It's basically we analyze the focus zone, we engage the community, we analyze the community input. Then we proactively enforce the voiced issues and again, analyze the focus zone to see how the results came out. So just to take you kind of through that, what that means, when we do an analysis, the department analysts research the focus zone and develop a system for engaging every address in the zone. Current crime trends are mapped and recorded for comparison throughout the program, and the analysts take the information from the engagement shifts and develop focused activity plans to specifically address the voice concerns. I'll go into a little bit about that community engagement component of this and what that entails. Officers, along with a supervisor, engage with the community. This basically involves community members are visited at their home or place of business, door knocking, if you will, going through the neighborhood, and not just the homes, but the businesses as well. The person that they're speaking with is asked if they feel safe in the area, and they're asked to voice any concerns of crime or other quality of life issues that are going on. The responses are recorded, delivered back to the analysts, and then these shifts will be conducted using current CDC guidelines concerning personal protective equipment. We've had to kind of alter our approach in how we do this just because of the pandemic, but we still believe that this is very important to have that one-on-one interaction with members in the community. Based on the current resources, 1 3-hour shift per week will be proposed per zone. So some of these focused activities that you'll see that are on the next phase of this will be officers along with the supervisor work proactively to address the specific issues voiced by the community members. The results of the employed strategies are recorded by electronic activity records and delivered to the analyst. Based on the current resources, 2 to 4 hour shifts per week are proposed per zone. Some of these funds are also designated to purchase handheld radars, and that's the thing that probably surprised us the first year we did this the most, is that the biggest complaints in the neighborhood were traffic issues and speeding. And so, we want to be able to address those accurately as well. A portion of the grant is designated to program evaluation by the University of Central Oklahoma. We want an outside group to analyze our data and make sure that what we're seeing is accurate, so that we're just not looking at the data ourselves. There's going to be 2 focus zones during this grant period, which is typical of the other SAFE grants that we've received. Zone 1 will be in Northeast Oklahoma City and will be from Northeast 58th Street to Northeast 8th Street and North Lincoln Boulevard to I-35. Zone 2 is in South Oklahoma City, and it'll be from the Oklahoma River to the I-240 westbound service road and Pennsylvania Avenue to Santa Fe Avenue. These zones are selected based on analysis of the area that showed us that there are evidence of higher crime, especially violent crime, in those particular areas. So the feedback from the community last year and the year before when we completed these was extremely positive, and it also helped develop community trust through the one-on-one interactions with the officers. It's basically, it's community policing at its finest. We've participated in this program for several years, and each time we've seen reductions in crime within the focus zones. This approach is much more conducive to community policing than flooding a high crime area with officers, and instead focuses on efforts where the community's needs are. In the past, a lot of times what you'd see with policing is that when you have an area that you identify as a high crime area, officers were flooding that area, and you generally try to be in the area to interrupt the crime as it occurs. This way, it's a much more focused approach. It's something that we're not only doing through SAFE Grant, but we're trying to do as a whole throughout the organization in every neighborhood, is try to focus our efforts on the individuals that are committing the crimes and where they're committing the crimes, instead of targeting the good individuals that live in those areas as well. So with that, I can answer any questions that you might have.
Any questions for the chief?
Yeah, I would just be curious, can we get those reports from past years? Is that something we would have access to?
Yes.
Okay, I'd love to see those, even if we can see something even as granular as what folks are reporting in different areas. Because I think last year one of the zones was in South Oklahoma City as well. Was that right?
Correct.
Specifically for that area, because I know would probably largely be my ward. I'd really love to see some of those reports and the analysis and all of that came out of that.
Okay, not a problem.
Thank you.
If you add me to that list as well, please. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay.
Chief. Hi. Good to see you. Same request, but I'm just curious. I know you mentioned the
Absolutely.
Okay.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
All right, well, that concludes everything that we'd pulled out on the consent docket, item 7. So if there's no further discussion, we can take a motion. Yes.
My eyes got away from me. Would it be okay if I heard from, I believe, Eric about item AG?
Yep. Uh-huh.
Yeah, if you want to describe what's happening, and then I just have a follow-up question.
Sure.
Please.
Again, Eric Winger, Public Works Director, Oklahoma City. We have item 7AG. This is a resolution requesting the council's authorization for us to submit an additional application for grant funding. This is one of our ACOG projects, so this will be the 8th. There are actually 7 applications that the council considered and received on the previous meeting. This is a project that we identified that's actually included in our traffic impact fee studies that were also presented to the council. So in this benefit area, this project is one that will add additional right turn lanes at the intersection of Hefner Parkway and Northwest Expressway. This on the northbound, if you're familiar with that northbound off-ramp off of Hefner Parkway, it'll add an additional right turn lane going eastbound. If you're westbound on Northwest Expressway, it'll add the additional right turn lane to get onto Hefner Parkway. So these were identified by a traffic consultant that we had engaged as a need in that area. This does not advance this project quickly. This is a project that's just being introduced. Again, we're applying for grant funds so that we can leverage those monies and hopefully offset some of our traffic impact fee monies for other projects.
Thank you, Eric. I also spoke with MBART Director Jason Fairbrush because I was interested how this would relate to the BRT. And then he helped me better understand how the BRT, when it heads west on Expressway, is going to take a jog around Independence, around Integris, and then come back up Northwest 56th Street, heading west. So I think now that I know that information, I think my 2 requests if we receive this grant and then as we start thinking about design, I would be really interested in that particular Northwest Expressway intersection with 44. I don't know, just some sort of pedestrian infrastructure, because I know, right up the road, literally at Portland, right, is the Pfeifferless, right? And so I think of the neighborhoods just to the east of Northwest, of that intersection, and thinking about being able to better connect them to that grocery store. And I'm thinking if we add, 2 turn lanes, which it seems like we need, I would hate to make that area less pedestrian friendly, specifically as the BRT comes online on Expressway and adds a walkability component to it. So is it possible that we can, look into any sort of pedestrian infrastructure, whether it's, crosswalks or signalization? Let the sky be your limit, but that's kind of my inquiry there.
Sure. We would want to review the area closely and make sure it aligns with Bike Walk OKC. So we'd work with the planning department on what walkability or pedestrian improvements possibly could be made. From the aerial photographic information that I have, it's pretty limited on its pedestrian infrastructure today.
Yeah.
So we wouldn't add new crosswalks or pedestrian put buttons if the sidewalks weren't already there. This project really is to address the traffic needs from the traffic impact studies that didn't really address pedestrian. But again, I think that's something we could study going forward, working with the planning department under Bike Walk OKC.
Okay, yeah, and I'll talk with Eric, not Eric, you're Eric, hi, with Jeff about that at the start of the year as we start talking about revisiting Bike Walk OKC. So thank you so much.
Welcome.
Okay, with that, is there a motion to adopt the consent docket?
Move the items.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes as soon as pops up. It passes unanimously and with the votes required to adopt the emergency on item 7T, which it will be deemed to have also done. Okay, item 8, the concurrence docket. We have items A through H we could take with one motion.
Mayor,
Yes.
I'd like to take F separately, please.
Okay. Well, why don't we start there then? You're saying you want to pull it out for a separate vote?
Correct.
Okay. Does someone wish to make a motion just to adopt item 8F?
Oh, I was going to move the items except for F.
Okay, you could take that approach if you like. All right. So this will adopt this is a motion to adopt the concurrence docket except for item F. And do we have a second on that? Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. What does the council wish to do with item 8F?
I would like to discuss item F.
Okay. We will definitely do that. We do have a motion. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. Councilwoman Nice.
Yes, I know a couple weeks ago we had a conversation about this item, and with this item, I asked for us to defer so I could do a little more research and fact finding for the program and what and how it would be housed for our city structure. So while obviously we're in the middle of a difficulty of really getting it down of being able to just speak to everybody that would probably be in these hubs, I do want to continue to speak and reemphasize my last conversation. I do not have a problem with this program whatsoever. We want it to be successful. That has never been a conversation, and if that was any implication from what I said, I want to say now that is a false implication, because we want this program to succeed. However, and I say that based on the letters that we received, that it seemed as if we don't want the program, which is not true. We do want this program. However, the how and the who are the questions that I have pertaining to this program. And I want to keep in mind, as we're looking at where this is supposed to be housed, that of those other hubs, other cities, the city itself houses these hubs. So there is a possibility, and it should be implemented in our next budget for this program to be housed in our city structure. And the cities that we are referencing are the city of Rochester, New York, the city of New York. They actually have a small business services and business solutions center, as well as the city of York, Pennsylvania. It is under their city purview. We are about to embark on what we passed in MAPS 4, Henrietta B. Foster for Minority Small Business Development and Entrepreneurship. We are preparing for that. This program is helping us prepare for that. And there also means this is something that our city needs to be very intentional about and how we execute this, because of where we are going when it comes to innovation, when it comes to actually supporting minority and disadvantaged businesses, and when it comes to how we look at these types of programs and the success that we want them to uphold and sustainability for these types of programs in our city structure. So therefore, again, I have continued to express, even with the amount as far as the salary that is also pertaining to this. I looked up a peer city that is right now advertising for a position in their Kiva program, and that is the City of New Orleans. And their pay that they are offering for this program, the salary and benefits, the starting salary is $30,000 to $35,000 as a full-time role, with the possibility of a promotion and a raise. We are coming out the gate at $60,000. The cost of living is much higher in New Orleans compared to Oklahoma City when it comes to just everyday life and living. So again, I have concerns as we're looking at that, because in my opinion, those dollars, at least $25,000, can go into this program instead of for the salary. And I would like for us to, if we're, looking at this again, look at how we want to move forward with what takes place. I know it's going to go through, but I ask that our Economic Development Trust look at this a little deeper as far as pertaining to how this is going to be executed and who it is truly going to benefit, because those are the concerns that I have with this program. But again, and I say the who and the how of the program, not how we know. Again, I saw the success story, so I know it's going to be beneficial for us. But how we get there is the concern that I have pertaining to the program.
Okay. We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on item 8F? Councilman?
Your Honor, and I apologize, I just can't remember some of the details. So would you be able to share with us the plans? This authorization of $168,500 will go to Progress OKC?
So, Joanna McSpadden with the Finance Department.
Yeah.
68,000 of it goes to Progress OKC for the management of it. The 100,000 is set aside as a revolving loan fund to participate in the matching component of the program.
And then so Kiva uses this $100,000 and makes loans to various startup businesses to just help them progress along in the development of that business. Is that correct?
Right. Kiva's the platform. It would actually be the person housed at Progress OKC that would be managing all of that.
And the loan amount that's there, the $100,000 initially, is really just seed money to help start that. There's other sources they've already identified that'll provide additional funding sources. And that Kiva platform allows for like this crowdsourcing, basically, to allow other people in large and small amounts to help contribute into that. And so it's actually as a part of that whole loan program. The Progress OKC agreement is an up to amount, first of all, and it allows them to have a staff to help fund that hub, to help make those connections, help people connect with those loans.
Great. And as Councilwoman Nice brought up, where will this facility be located at?
So Progress OKC is partnered with the Alliance for Economic Development, and this really fits within their mission of what they're intended to do. And the amount too, I would say, is it 68,000 is the total amount in that?
68,000, 8,000 of that, or 7,000 of that is for marketing. So it's 60,000
So
for the cost
60,000
of
was for the
and
position, but it's an
benefits.
up to amount. And so that won't be the salary amount, it would
Right.
be the salary and any of the benefits with that. And it's something we'll definitely evaluate along with them as to what's needed there. But that's the full amount that's allotted then for the administration and the marketing.
So there's not a fixed facility where entrepreneurs can come in and
Where they will locate and
Yeah.
house? Will it actually be in their offices at the Alliance, or do they have other offices?
I believe so, yeah.
That'll be in the
Yes.
offices where the Alliance is located.
Yes.
I think too, that they'll look at working with other partners to make sure that they're out within the community so that they're very accessible. And so I don't know that that's been fully developed yet, where all they might be available.
So this isn't, or shouldn't be considered like an incubator to where businesses would be located at?
No.
This is just providing loans
Right, it's giving access for those who have difficulty getting to capital.
Yeah.
In some of those smaller disadvantaged businesses. So
Good.
it's really access to capital.
Good, 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 good. Yep,
Okay.
thank you.
Further,
Which is-
Councilman McAtee? Is his mic on?
Operation. It has been successful in several locations around the country, and we voted to give it a try. If you have questions about it and are a little bit squeamish about moving forward, I would suggest you might want to consider a continuance. But short of that, the Economic Development Committee is recommending approval.
And the Economic Development Trust did approve the item to move it forward, and so the agreement is already in place with Progress OKC for the item to move forward.
May I also just add my voice to this conversation to say to Councilwoman Nice's earlier comment about MAPS 4 and the project as it relates to minority-owned businesses and having that business incubator. I would, once we get our subcommittees in place next year, I mean, I wasn't here when MAPS 3 happened and what those updates were like, but I would very much like to see regular updates about what we're learning from Kiva in this program, best, in terms of pitfalls and what we've learned that's been successful, so that we can apply those to the MAPS 4 Small Business Incubator. The reason why, I just think it's a very important program, both what's going on in MAPS 4 and Kiva. And I just think of it within the context you all remember with the, when we were talking about back during the budget conversations in the summer, and you all remember I quoted from, unfortunately, the governor at the turn of statehood, the arrival of statehood here, who, you remember those quotes where I told you how our governor believed that black folk were incapable of holding certain positions in society, doing certain work. And I think, unfortunately, that has passed down through the decades. We've gotten better, we know that, but I think, unfortunately, some of those past narratives of what people of color are capable of doing in terms of success, I think some of that stays with us. So I think we have to be very intentional about how we work as a city and as a community to make sure that those within previously underrepresented, marginalized, discriminated against communities, that we are being very intentional about connecting them to skill sets, connecting them to opportunities to become the business leaders of tomorrow. So I think we just have to be very, very, very intentional here. This can't just be, we passed this in MAPS 4, that's good, or we approved this item today. I just think I would like to see regular updates. I don't know what those regular updates, like how frequently, but we need to make sure that the community is aware of this, that we're connecting community members to these programs. Intention is the key here if we want to get the impact we know our city deserves. That's where I'm at with this.
The contract with Progress OKC requires regular reporting updates.
Thank you.
And the Kiva platform, the website, actually would allow the public to view a lot of the information just at will, so.
Thank you. What do you think regular looks like?
Say that again?
I'm sorry. What do you think regular looks like?
Regular?
Mm-hmm.
It says periodic in the contract, so I think that
I
we
would
can decide
think
that.
too that just trying to get the program initiated, there'd probably be, maybe quarterly or something like that we would look at, but we'll evaluate that. And obviously, if there's something that we have to report, we have some progress going, have something to report, we'll bring that back as soon as we can. But allowing it to get started and get underway, get some of the loans underway.
Okay. And then, us being intentional about once we get that subcommittee going that includes the Innovation District project and specifically the Henrietta Center that Councilwoman Nice is referring to, making sure that we're kind of connecting the two groups there, right? Connecting Kiva with them, I think is critical to the success of both. So thank you.
I would like to see monthly updates of this program. obviously, and again, I didn't stutter when I said I would like to see this implemented in our structure for next year as far as a budget process, for this to be housed under our city purview and for us to create this type of small business incubator that we say we want when it comes to MAPS 4 and the Innovation District. And that is something that we can be very intentional about in doing, whether it be bringing foundations to the forefront to help us and assist us in this effort. That is something that can be done. And if I'm willing to help do that part of the work in order for that to be executed. But this is, again, something that I'm not comfortable voting for it, but although the Economic Development Trust already approved it, I'm hoping again that they will continue to work through this program and what we would like to see as far as the sustainability, the growth, and the impact of success for this Kiva program.
Yeah, one of the things that's an advantage right now with going with this 501c3 is that part of this program will include helping to reach out and raise funds for the loan program as well as for the operations. And so that's why we looked that direction towards a 501c3, because our hope is ultimately to have this be a self-sustaining program. And so we'll definitely take all that into consideration, but that was one of the advantages that we had.
Okay. Well, again, I wanted to make sure that it is on record that I would like to see that housed under our city as a program, especially because of what we had to look at and go through with all of our disadvantaged businesses during the COVID process. So there is something that we can do as a city. Other cities have done it, and I just mentioned 4 that have housed it in their particular city structure, and there's no reason we can't do it either.
Okay, any further discussion on this item? All right, item AF has a motion and a second, so we'll open the vote. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Okay, now we're at 9, items requiring separate votes. These were 9A are items that were ordinances on final hearing that were recommended for approval at the Planning Commission. We'll start with item 9A1, that is at 11207 Northwest 5th Terrace, going from R1, R2, and PUD 1283 to R2. Councilman Greiner.
Yeah, this will allow 1 and 2 family housing. Staff recommended approval, Planning Commission recommended approval. There's no protests. Has anybody signed up? No? Okay, well, I will move for approval.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes as soon as you're able. Passes unanimously. 9A2 is at 13654 Southwestern Avenue, going from PUD 1229 and PUD 1308 to PUD 1779. Councilman Greenwell.
Thank you, Your Honor. We've recently had a presentation on the new Wellness Center, and I see Mr. Johnson's here. Tim, would you like to say anything about this? Francis, there's no one protesting. Yeah.
Just Tim Johnson here on behalf of the MAPS Wellness Center 4 design team and representing the MAPS office. This is, as you've described, changing it to a use that will allow the sports facility uses and the park uses that are intended for this site. I can answer any questions you might have.
Right. Thank you. Are there any questions? Then I would move for approval.
Got a motion and a second. Seeing no discussion, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 9.3 is at 4500 South Luther Road, going from AA to SPUD 1253. Councilman Stone.
Thank you, Mayor. Has anyone signed up to speak on this, Francis?
No.
Thank you. The This is a project, it's actually a martial arts studio going in at 44th and Luther, ways out there. Recommended unanimously by the Planning Commission, and I would also motion for its approval.
Got a motion and a second? Seeing no further discussion, we'll cast your votes as soon as you're able. Passes unanimously. All right, and item 9.4 is at 8820 West Hefner Road, going from PUD 1057 to SPUD 1254. Councilman Greiner.
Yeah, this just adds one use, animal sales and services, to a PUD that already has a lot of C3 uses in it. There were 4 TEs. Bob, have they agreed to all those yet? Staff recommended approval, Planning Commission recommended approval, and there hadn't been any protests, so I'll move for approval.
Got a motion and a second? Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 9A5 is at 500 South Mustang Road, going from PUD 287 to SPUD 1255. Councilman McAtee.
This is an area that is subject to tremendous growth and development right now. David, how about sharing with the folks how this fits into that? And this was recommended by the Planning Commission with no objection.
Sure. David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. On behalf of the applicant, so this is an SPD that would allow general commercial uses. Mustang Road is a state highway, so it is not uncommon to have obviously heavy commercial uses here. This is consistent not only with the comprehensive plan, but also the surrounding area. So at the time of Planning Commission, we had no protests. It was recommended for approval unanimously by the Planning Commission.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any protesters here today?
No one has signed up.
Seeing none, unless the council has some questions, I move for approval.
All right, we've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes as soon as you are capable. Passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, 9A6 is at 3610 North Chartel, going from R1 to SPUD 1256. And Councilman Cooper, it appears the applicant is here.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, then let's hear from the applicant, shall we?
Good morning, Klaus Ron Phillip, 325 Northwest 26th Street, and I'm actually here for both item 6 and 7, so I might just stay up here for both items if that's all right. Item 6, 3610 North Chartel, is a property that we are rezoning. It is a single-family zoned R1 currently with one house on it, kind of in the back. It's a corner lot, and what we're intending to do is actually move a house from a site where we are planning a multifamily project and moving it to the corner of that property. So then have 2 dwellings on that site. So if you guys have any questions, oh yeah, there's the site plan.
There were any protests, and so with that, I would move approval.
Got a motion and a second. Seeing no further discussion, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Item 9A7 is at 2129 Northwest 30th, going from R1 to SPUD 1257. Councilman Cooper.
Klaus, please provide some context. Tell us what this project is planning to do, and take it from there, please.
Absolutely, appreciate it. And I also have Jamie Caves here, who is the director of CSU Youth Services. But CSU Youth Services is located just around the corner from this site. They provide a shelter for homeless youth in Oklahoma City, and they've seen opportunity with this location just a block away from their current location to adapt an abandoned church building into a new shelter, and also add some transitional living facilities to help currently homeless youth develop the skills to avoid cycling in and out of homelessness their entire lives. So, this was a project that we really engaged with the neighborhood in, and it was really, I'd say, heartwarming that in a year where there has been a lot of divisions, we've had pretty much unanimous support from the surrounding neighborhood, so it was a really great project to be part of.
So this is Thanksgiving week, so let me just say I have so much gratitude for you, Klaus, for Jamie, for Rachel, for Sisu, for bringing this project to our city. You all have heard me speak at length so many times about the need for housing first when it comes to addressing homelessness. You've heard me mention how many times my students have shared with me stories of homelessness within their schools, couch surfing. You've heard me share before that 40% of youth homelessness in America, our country, are our LGBT kiddos. And the work that Sisu has done, is doing, and will do to address these needs is so necessary, and I am beyond thankful. Almost nothing makes me happier that I've been able to say yes to this year. So just thank you so much for thinking about our kids. Thank you. And with that, I would move approval.
All right, I've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. 9A8 is at 1615 Northwest 1st, going from R2 to SPUD 1258. Councilwoman Hamon.
Yes, is the applicant available?
No one has signed up.
Okay. Well, this is a pretty simple, just rezoning to put some single-family residences on a block that is getting some infill and some new life, so I will move for approval.
Second.
I've got a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. All right, that brings us to item 9B. The next several items relate to a presentation that we already received regarding the Uptown 23rd Business Improvement District. So we've got item B1, a public hearing regarding the Uptown 23rd Business Improvement District. Francis, has anyone signed up to speak under this public hearing? Okay. And then we have item 9B2, that is a resolution adopting and confirming an assessment role for year 2020-2021 for the Uptown 23rd Business Improvement District. Do we wish to make a motion, or is there any discussion or questions? No, we have no one signed. Well, I don't know, I saw some movement, but no one signed up. Come forward.
Good morning. My name is Riley Bailey. I'm the executive director for Uptown 23rd. I apologize for not signing up. I'm a new mom, and mornings have been crazy. But anyway, first off, it was this time last year that you all voted unanimously to implement the Uptown 23rd Business Improvement District, and for that, I say thank you. It has allowed us to implement nightly security, bi-weekly sidewalk cleaning, median, landscape, and maintenance, along with marketing and administration needs. Without the mechanism of the bid, the sustainability and funding it provides, Uptown 23rd would have been left gasping for air this year. And although the coming weeks and months still have challenges that are going to be coming, we're hopeful for the continued stability that the bid will provide. And I would also be remiss not to mention the help and assistance that we've received from city planning. Kim Cooper Hart and Donna Cervantes have been instrumental in helping us go through this year smoothly with all the challenges that have come. So on behalf of our board of directors, I'd just like to say thank you for your support, and we're hopeful and expectant for what this next year can bring. So thanks.
Thank you. All right, do we want to move the resolution?
Councilwoman, do you want to move? Thank you, Mayor, and I'll second.
Okay, motion and a second on item 9B2. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. And then item 9C is also related. It's in the ordinance on final hearing, adopting and setting the assessment roll for the Uptown 23rd Business District. We have a motion and a second. Cast your votes as soon as you are able. Passes unanimously. Item 9D, this is the second of 3 steps in this potential ordinance change regarding pre-qualification of city contractors. So this is merely the public hearing today regarding that proposed ordinance change. Francis, has anyone signed up to speak on item 9D? No, sir. All right, well, we'll close the public hearing and move on to item 9E. This is an ordinance to be introduced today, set for public hearing on December 8th, final hearing on December 22nd, relating to personnel and retirement systems. And I believe we have a brief presentation.
Yes, so basically, I asked Amy Madera just to be here today. She's our HR director, our new HR director. When we were doing the search for Amy, we saw that the term that we use, personnel department, to refer to our personnel department, what we think was our personnel department, human resources is much more commonly used out there, as well as the name of her position. And so that's really what we're trying to do, is just to clean that up. And so I know many of you have met Amy, but I just wanted her to be able to come forward for us today. Her title is Chief Human Resources Officer. What we have referred to historically as the Personnel Department is the Human Resources Department, just to have us aligned better with what we see out in the community and to modernize the terminologies that we use. So that's really all that we have. I just wanted Amy to be able to come forward so you all could see her.
It's worth noting Amy was hired in the middle of a pandemic.
Right in the middle of a pandemic, and so I think she's met a lot of people through Zoom.
So this may be our first time in person, so congratulations and thank you for your service, Amy. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Council. Again, as Craig mentioned, we were just wanting to be able to change the Oklahoma City Code in order to just really modernize and be in line with the industry standards. Again, from a recruiting for my department, when we're looking for personnel analysts, et cetera, just being able to have that continuity with the applicant pool, and also just being able to be in line with the industry standard. Any questions?
Yeah, we worked with consultants as we were doing our search for the HR director and our Chief Human Resources Officer. And in that, they said if you use the term personnel director, like you use these antiquated terms, when you're reaching out, a lot of people think that you've got a backwards process, and they really are hesitant to participate in that. So really, as a part of not just modernizing the title, but as we're looking at our policies and procedures, making sure we're communicating that to the public and attracting the right talent that we want for the city and for the organization.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, any questions, comments? All right. If not, we can take a motion to introduce the ordinance. Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes as soon as you can. Okay, passes unanimously. That'll be set for a public hearing on December 8th and final hearing on December 22nd. Item 9F was previously struck. Item 9G was previously struck. Item 9H1 is a public hearing regarding a joint resolution with the Oklahoma City Economic Development Trust approving an allocation of general obligation limited tax bond proceeds. And Francis, we don't have anyone who signed up to speak. And I don't think anyone in the audience is intending to speak under this public hearing, and this item was already previously presented to us at our last council meeting, so we'll close the public hearing and move on to item 9H2, which is the joint resolution with the Oklahoma City Economic Development Trust approving an allocation of GO limited tax bonds not to exceed $13 million for transfer to the OIA to be used for the purpose of acquiring 577 acres of developable property, etc. Any comments or questions?
May I ask a question?
Of course.
I can't recall. So I know this is for the land acquisition. Do we have a developer in mind yet?
I know they've had conversations with some of the developers. I don't know, I don't believe that there's someone that's lined up right now ready to go in. That'll be still something that they're working on. And the goal would be that this wouldn't just be one developer that would go into this site, that it would be, it's large enough that it could handle multiple different industrial developments, and so, or commercial developments. And so it's something that Kathy, I know, as she's working through this with the Alliance for Economic Development, will be helping to work through this to identify those developers as we go forward.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right, we've got a motion and a second. Seeing no further discussion, cast your votes as soon as you are able. Passes unanimously. All right, that brings us to item 9I. This is a resolution amending the Coronavirus Relief Funds Plan and the subcategory allocations contained therein. And I believe we have a presentation.
Yes, Kenton Soodle, Assistant City Manager. Really appreciate Kenny and Aubrey both have been teaming on this, and Amanda Carpenter from the Municipal Council's office and many others have worked on this project. But we've come back and updated the plan periodically as we had need, and as we're drawing to the end of the period of the eligibility or availability of the use of CARES funds. It's important for us to update the plan for a couple of purposes, and so I'll let Kenny take us through that.
Good morning, Kenny Soodle, Assistant City Manager. So just as a quick recap, if you recall, we received the $114 million in coronavirus relief funds at the very end of April. We had an initial plan, if you recall, that we developed on the May 26th council meeting, and then an initial detailed plan that came out on June 16th. And then we've been adjusting ever since. So we've had amendments on August 18th, September 29th, and October 13th. And then today would be the fourth such amendment that we're proposing. And so here, just want to kind of walk you through kind of where we're at today. And I do want to remind, to put some context, when we started that very first May meeting, we had $59.3 million allocated for our own city expenditures. So after all the various amendments we've done, to this point, we were at $47.3 million. And then if you'll hit the next two there. The other major category is testing and tracing expenditures for $21.7 million. And that includes our contract with Oklahoma City County Health Department. It also included some research projects that we worked with the START Coalition through OMRF. And then there's also a reserve there that we had kind of set some funds aside knowing that we might see a spike in the fall, and also to potentially use for any other kind of increased response there. The third category was community support expenditures at $45.2 million. And that's within that categories where we have our small business support program, our minority business support program, the performance venue program, technical assistance, our United Way program, the different administrative programs for both the business and the resident support, and then, of course, our resident support program. So I want to talk very quickly. There's two really major areas that we're looking at making amendments. So the one that involves the reallocation of funds, I want to talk about that one first. So we're proposing to reallocate $2.5 million from the city's expenditures over to the community support program. And where that will lie, if you want to go to the next slide, is that will be adding some additional funds to the minority business program. If you recall, we initially added $2 million for grants, $500,000 for technical assistance and retrofits for minority businesses. And we got, I'm happy to report we did get a lot of demand on that, and we've worked through some of the applications, and based on the number of applications that we've been able to process and the amount of aid that's going out, we think that we may exceed the amounts that were initially allocated. So we're essentially asking to double the allocation there to take that up to $4 million for the grants and assistance program and $1 million for the technical assistance. And then there was, if you recall, $250,000 that was approved for a economic resiliency plan related to minority small businesses. So I do want to say, and this kind of, if you'll click the next, I think there's another little, I do want to point out that minority business program, it's contained within some of the other parts in the plan. So parts of that, those are just some notes there on the presentation that some of it's a part of the small business program, some of it's part of the small business technical assistance program, et cetera. So that would take us to, if you want to go ahead and just click through those, that's where we would stand today on our allocations if this is approved. That would leave us with just about 39% of our money allocated to our own needs. And I do want to point that out. I think it's really important point to show that how much of this we're really attempting to try to get out in the community, either through business support, individual support, or testing and tracing. So the last major change, and this is really the big one, so this is our plan, but if you want to go to the next slide, please. As you recall, there's a deadline of December 30 on these funds, and as I laid out the timeline for you earlier, you know, it was a very quick and short turnaround on these funds. We had 7 months from basically the date we received them to come up with a plan, get partners in place, get this stuff going. So as we're getting closer to this December 30th timeline, if we do not spend those dollars on other eligible expenditure or any eligible expenditures, they have to be sent back to the U.S. Treasury. And I do want to point out it takes an act of Congress to move that date. And you know, Jane and I have had lots of discussions about this, and I know that's been in several bills, both in the House and the Senate. I know there's a standalone bill right now in the Senate that would potentially move this date for us. And if that happens, we'd be happy to come back and kind of readjust and let us continue doing our programs. And we've shared with our congressional delegations that we would very much be in favor of extending that date to give us some flexibility. We know that COVID and its effects are not going away on December 31st. So, but what this change that we're proposing would allow us to do would be on or after December 15th. It would allow us that if any of those funds that were not spent in some of those other categories, it would allow us to reallocate those over to the city expense category. And there's a reason we're looking at doing that. It would, if we, in lieu of sending the funds back, if we could spend it on an eligible expenditure, that would allow the city to capture those funds. One of the provisions that the CARES Act guidance gave to us was that you can only spend on things that you did not have in your budget as of March 27th, 2020. However, if you had something in your budget, such as a position, an employee, and they were repurposed for another purpose, they consider that not being in your budget, and you could reimburse that. So if we had to take employees that we were originally budgeting for one purpose and put them into responding to COVID-19, we can reimburse those costs. Then they later came along and said, we understand that public health and public safety employees are going to be very much at the front lines of this, and so we've received guidance that we can reimburse public safety and public health employee salaries. So one of the reasons we are proposing in here that if we have any funds left over, we could reallocate them to the city side, is that we could reimburse some of our public safety salary costs that we have already incurred between March 1st and all the way up to December 30th. And that would give us an opportunity to reimburse some of the funds, primarily in the general fund, but it could be in some other funds as well. What that would do is, once those funds are reimbursed, this action in and of itself does not add anything to the budget. It does not add any positions. It does not do anything new. It would just reimburse us for costs we've already incurred. At that point, if there are funds back into the general fund or other funds, they would have to follow the normal city process and legal purposes. So, in other words, if we were to come back, if there were any funds left over, we would have to do a budget amendment or work within our existing budget. So I wanted to make sure and make that point that while this says public safety, it's not adding anything additional to it today, but it would potentially give us the opportunity to come back and look at what are some other services and things. But that's something we would have to bring back to you in a budget amendment process. So with that, and I shouldn't fail to mention that One other purpose it would potentially let us reimburse is also our GOLT funds that were initially spent on our small business program. And I do want to warn you that that is a little bit of a process that we would have to do that before the 30th, and we're working, trying to go back and get the proper documentation. So we may not be able to accomplish that, but we did want to put that ability in there so that if that's something we're able to get accomplished, that we could do. So with that, I'd be happy. I know it's a lot of information, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I have just a sort of clarifying question. So an example may be a very good example from today of someone who we maybe already had budgeted to do a certain job, but then was kind of repositioned to respond to COVID would be like Lieutenant Woodward from this morning, or I guess, from earlier today, who is in our fire department, but kind of specifically went over to emergency management to specifically help coordinate. Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
And Lieutenant Woodward would be two ways. One, he actually was responding to it, but also he would fall under that public safety exception. But another example might be, if we had an action center employee or, somebody in public works who was sent to do something related to COVID, they could be reimbursed as well.
So to drill down on that point, the U.S. Treasury Department's guidance is that the entire fire department is reimbursable.
Yep.
Obviously, he is a classic example, but in the eyes of the U.S. Treasury Department, every single firefighter has been working on COVID the last 9 months.
Your Honor, I have a question and comment.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, first of all, if we could maybe break this down into two components, if possible. I'm in agreement with transferring the $2.5 million that currently resides in the city's own use to the minority business support. And I'm okay with the city drawing down on its funds, the COVID-19 funds, for employees that are specifically reprocessed to work specifically on COVID. What I'm against is just the use of all remaining city dedicated funds to be applied and brought into our general fund to offset the cost of our traditional public safety employees. And here's the main reason I believe that. One, we are currently on pace to have a surplus for this year. Do you agree with that, Kenny?
Yes.
Yeah, we're 5% or so roughly above what our budget is. By doing this, this would only increase that surplus. I don't think that was the intent of Congress.
Well, kind of, sort of, right? Because you're going to move that money into our general fund, and then we could be sitting here in January saying, we want to do some more small business continuity, we want to do, the health, we're having another spike, the health department needs some more PPE dollars, and then we'd have it. So it's not necessarily.
I think that's circumventing the rules, because unless Treasury comes out and says we are going to extend this period of time beyond December 31st, then we're circumventing the rules.
Well, we're not.
Yes, we are.
We've reimbursed our public safety costs, which is within the rules, and now we've converted it to our money.
I don't think that was Congress's intent. They came out in an emergency type setting and provided funds throughout the country, not knowing exactly what needs were going to be needed by every location. Fortunately for the citizens in the city of Oklahoma City, as well as all the state, we've gotten through this issue in much better position financially than other locations did. Again, this was just an estimate. The Treasury did a remarkable job getting funds out to the local communities as quickly as they could. Again, it was just an estimate. The ethical thing to do is say, thank you. We appreciate it. It helped us. Here's the excess. Let's send it back to the U.S. Treasury. Let them decide how to reallocate it. I mean, it's the only ethical thing to do.
So David, you're telling me what the intent of Congress is, but Senator Lankford, not on Zoom to my face repeatedly has told me, because he worked really hard to get that Treasury guidance where we could reimburse public safety costs, that he wants us to do that. Do you think you have a better interpretation of congressional intent than our sitting senator?
Yes, I do.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah. Again, this was just a rough estimate, getting funds out as soon as possible. We recognize we currently have a surplus. This is only going to increase that surplus. We could do all sorts of things with it. Once we decide to do this, I don't think that's an ethical approach to the use of these funds. So first of all, so my first request is, can we split this question up into two components? One is to reallocate $2.5 million that's currently sitting in the city's funding basket to the minority business support. I'm in agreement with that. I'm not in agreement with the city, and again, it may not be an issue. We may get guidance that says, okay, we're going to extend this time period. But if that doesn't occur, I am not comfortable. I do not believe that was the intent of these funds, to then just put it into our general fund, which is what is going to happen, and further increase the surplus we're anticipating having for this year.
So, Councilman, let me ask too, so another issue that Kenny covered was the reimbursement of GOLT funds that were used for the CARES support, to initiate the small business support program. Are you okay with reimbursing those funds back to GOLT?
No, and
so
here's
you want
the reason
that.
why.
So you want that separated also?
We made a decision. We analyzed this and said, wait a minute, we want to get this thing going as quickly as we can, and let's pull funds out of our GOLT fund and apply it towards this. We made that decision. We should stick by it. We should not now try to backfill.
So one clarification I would have on that is that we made that decision before the CARES funds came our direction.
Yeah.
Now that the CARES funds are available, we could reimburse it fully in line with what the government had proposed, and allow us the flexibility with our GOLT funds to make that decision again, that we could continue our own program. Just like we started one prior to the CARES funds being in place, we could extend one beyond that with our own GOLT funds, with our own decision.
Yeah, I understand, Craig. I really do. And I'm not trying to persuade anyone to join in my thinking. I'm just voicing the way I'm going to vote on this matter.
So let's turn to that then. Kenny, can we somehow, is there a way to do an amendment where he can vote for the things he wants to vote for and not for the things he doesn't, and we ultimately adopt it all potentially?
Yes, you would have to. Can you hear me?
Is your mic on? Mic's on. Yeah.
So,
where's your mic?
could I offer, I think in the, let me find my plan, in attachment A that's part of the plan, we could, I believe the language that was added from legal was on page 2. It's under the big header CRF categories. That is the part that would, that's the added language that would allow the city manager on or after December 15th to reallocate the funds if they're not spent in the other categories. And then there's some small language on page 5 of 8, under the small business continuity and payroll reimbursement. There's a paragraph that's underlined, added. Those 3 added paragraphs, the 2 on page 2 and the 1 on page 5, are the ones that would allow the reimbursement of GOLT and allow the reallocation of things if funds are not spent in the other categories. So if that's how we would do the amendment, I think that's the language.
And I want to be clear, I personally, I want to vote on everything in this resolution today, and I personally want to vote for everything in this resolution today. But I am open to allowing David the opportunity to vote separately if it's not too much trouble.
He would just need to move to amend the item by splitting it into 2 different resolutions, one with the stuff he's for.
Stuff he likes, stuff he doesn't.
Right.
Okay.
So first we have to vote on the amendment to split it?
Yes, correct.
Then we would vote on passage of the 2 resolutions?
Correct.
And we can do all that today?
Yes.
Okay.
And Councilman Greenwell, I would like to just address as well. We shared those types of concerns as well and are looking at it. We've hired an outside audit firm to help us with this. We've received guidance from the Treasury. We've also received guidance from the Office of Inspector General that says they're not going to audit the funds if they are spent this way for public safety reimbursements.
Yeah.
So I feel comfortable with it from a financial background and an audit purposes background, but I understand your opinion on it.
Your issue is like more moral than it is legal, right?
Right. We have a fiduciary responsibility.
You talked to again. I didn't hear you. I could not hear you. What were the sources you talked
I'm
to?
sorry.
to
We
give you
have
comfort?
on the U.S. Treasury's website, they have a page that is issuing all the guidance for state and local governments, and they have a frequently asked questions, a guidance document, and there's been a guidance document from the Office of the Inspector General. And I thought it was kind of extraordinary. The OIG document said they were not going to audit this if you use it for the public safety reimbursements.
Yeah. And I feel 100% comfortable about the legality of it. Todd, you had your hand up?
Yeah, when we're talking about ethics, morality, those types of things.
I know that's a foreign subject usually for
So, back in 2017, the citizens of Oklahoma City approved a 1/4-cent sales tax increase on themselves to hire 129 new police officers and approximately 57 firefighters. And I can tell you this year, that budget has been, because of COVID and other reasons, that hasn't happened. And that's a tax that they voted to put on themselves to make it happen. We haven't been able to make that happen this year because of COVID, because of extenuating circumstances that I'm sure everyone understands. But this also might be an opportunity to get us back where the citizens expect us to be. I know I've had a lot of browned out rigs in Ward 4. The citizens of Ward 4 don't want to have a bunch of browned out rigs sitting there. So from my standpoint, this is money that is ours. Have we managed this extremely well? When I say we, I'm including myself in that, although I had nothing to do with it. We've got some great financial minds in here that have handled this extremely well. And I don't know why we would penalize ourselves for having managed it so well.
I don't look upon this as penalizing ourselves, Todd. Again, we were given this in a fiduciary format, and we, in my opinion, need to spend it as what it was originally designed for, and to the extent that we haven't incurred those needs, we need to return it. Now, in terms of not being able to meet the requirements in terms of adding public safety employees, it's another issue. It's not impacted by these COVID funds. Plus, this COVID amount, and Kenny, can you give us an estimate as to the amount of funds as of today that would go into our general fund?
I'm really hesitant to do so because we're working through so many things, but it's going to be north of 20 million, I think.
North of 20 million. That's a one-time deal. What we need to have is sustainable year after year revenue to support those police officers. Granted, 20 million can take you pretty far into the future, but I do not think that was the design of this program.
David, so the CARES Act dollars were sent to cities over 500,000 and the allocations were based on population. Do our residents pay federal taxes? Do you suspect that there are many cities that will wish to send some of their money back?
Mayor, I could use a response that my parents used to say, like, if everybody else, if all your other friends jumped off a cliff, would you do it too?
Fair enough.
I'm saying, I think it was not the intent, and for us to use these funds to put back into our general fund, because we don't need it. We're doing well. We should take pride in the fact that we didn't have to rely upon outside funds to get through this terrible situation. Hopefully it's coming to an end. Who knows when that'll occur, but let's take some pride in our ability to work through these situations.
Okay, well, we don't even have a question.
Yeah.
Councilman Greenwell, do you wish to make a motion to
Yes.
amend the resolution, to split it into two, to where one resolution covers just the minority support program and the other resolution covers everything else?
Yes, I do.
You make that motion?
Yes,
Okay.
I make that motion.
All right. Is there a second? Going once, going twice. Motion dies for lack of a second. All right, we're back on the item as unamended. Item 9I. Are there any other questions? We do have a citizen who has signed up to speak, so I probably ought to address that. Okay, John Pettis. Mr. Pettis, if you wouldn't mind stating your name and address and keep your remarks to 3 minutes.
Mayor, members of the council, my name is John Pettis, 1332 Northeast 54th Street, Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. First of all, I'd like to commend the OCF in administering the resident support program that have helped hundreds, if not thousands, of citizens. The CARE Act program afforded the city the flexibility to design the assistance program as long as it did not violate Section 501 of the Act. There are hundreds, if not thousands, of families or individuals who have applied for mortgage assistance but are not able to receive mortgage assistance because their mortgage is guaranteed by the federal government, like HUD, FHA, or the VA. And there's a moratorium on foreclosure. While there's a moratorium on foreclosure, these payments are due. Number two, families who do not have government-assisted or guaranteed loans can receive assistance. There needs to be a level playing field. When the city developed the program, it set up the criteria that, number one, you have to have had a reduction of income for loss, reduction of income, loss of employment to receive assistance under the program. Number two, you cannot receive duplicate assistance. Families who have achieved home ownership worked hard to get there. I would ask that you ask the General Counsel if those families who have government-backed mortgages, with the flexibility of this program, can they receive mortgage assistance? If so, would you direct the CFO to begin processing those applications that they have that have applied for assistance that is much needed? While the government mortgages have a moratorium on them, those payments by the families are still due. There's payment for rent that's still due. But it doesn't help the family knowing that assistance could be provided and they not receive it. This resident support program has spent less than 50% of the money allocated. And if the city can assist those families with mortgages assistance that need it, then most of that money, the rest of that money can be spent.
So we could have work with our attorneys and talk with our attorneys about the legality of that, because I know we really work to be in compliance with what's required with CARES. I don't believe, even with some of those limitations, that the problem has been The problem right now has been the case management, being able to get the money out, and I know they've been working really hard and setting up a special program to try to get people through case management more quickly. There's more need that's there than even what the funding can manage at this point. And so I think they're trying as hard as they can to try to get through the case management to make sure they meet the requirements so it qualifies for CARES, so that we can get the money out to the residents right now. But we can look at that issue on the backed mortgages or the federally insured mortgages. We can look at that issue and see if that, we'll have to talk with our attorneys and with the Communities Foundation of Oklahoma and the CARES partners to see what we can do on that. So we'll look at that and see if that's something that we can do.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you said. So
Oh, I'm sorry.
After the meeting, maybe
Sure.
you can tell me what you
Yeah.
said. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Pettis. All right, any other comments or questions, or do we wish to adopt? I think we've got a motion and a second. Seeing no further discussion, cast your votes as soon as you have the opportunity. Passes 7-1. Okay, thank you, Kenny, everybody. 9J, this is a resolution to be introduced and set for final adoption on December 22nd, adopting the 5-year capital improvement plan for fiscal year 2021 to fiscal year 2025. I believe we have a presentation.
Yes, Doug Dowler, our Assistant Finance Director, is here to give us an overview on the capital improvements plan. We are going to have 2 departments under City Manager reports present their portions of the capital improvement plan, and then on December the 8th, we'll have 2 additional under City Manager reports make their presentations, and Doug will speak to that.
Well, good morning, Mayor and Council. I'm Doug Dowler, Assistant Finance Director and Budget Director for the city. I'm pleased to be here to present an overview of the proposed 5-year capital improvement plan for fiscal year 21 through 25. Our plan is updated every 2 years as required by city ordinances and state law. There are a number of sources that identify projects to contribute to the capital plan. Some of those include the GO bond program, department business plans, special plans, studies, and surveys, such as the Parks Master Plan, the Citizen Survey, and of course, City Council priorities. The plan incorporates not only city projects, but also those projects funded by city trusts, such as the Oklahoma City Airports Trust, the Oklahoma City Water Utilities Trust, the Oklahoma Zoological Trust, and the Central Oklahoma Transportation and Parking Authority. The total for all the projects is just over $2.9 billion. The chart on this slide shows the broad funding categories. If you want more detailed breakdown, that can be found on page 11 of the book, if you have that, that outlines all of the projects. Trust funds make up the largest category of funding at almost 63%, or $1.8 billion. That's primarily the Oklahoma City Water Utilities Trust at more than $1.6 billion. GO bond funds at 20% are the second largest contributor. The projects total over $585 million from bonds. And dedicated sales tax funds comprise the next highest source at $361 million, or 12%. This source includes the temporary sales tax, Better Street, Safer City funding, and existing MAPS 3 funding. The total does not include MAPS 4 funding at this point because the implementation plan has not been worked out. We don't know the order of the projects or the speed at which they'll be spent, and so those are not a piece of the 5-year plan. We did list that in there as a project, but we do not have funding in there for each of those projects. So really, over the next 5 years, it's going to be higher than this $2.9 billion projected total as we get that MAPS 4 projects scheduled and segmented out, ready to spend on those. Another way to view this proposed plan is by project type. Utilities project make up the largest share at $1.7 billion, 58%. When you combine streets, drainage, bridges, and traffic improvements, they total about 17%, or $489 million. And you can see that streets, which are our citizens' #1 priority, is by far the biggest non-utility category. So as presented today, the 5-year capital improvement plan for fiscal year 2021 through 2025 totals $2.9 billion. The plan has been reviewed by the Planning Commission, and they approved it on November 12th. Leading up to final adoption, as the city manager mentioned, Parks and Airports will be presenting an overview of their projects today under city manager reports. In 2 weeks, Utilities and Public Works will be presenting an overview of their projects. And then on December 22nd, there will be a public hearing, and then the plan will be considered for adoption by the City Council. And so with that overview, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for Doug?
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Doug.
So this is to be introduced today, set for final adoption next month. Do we have a motion?
I have a couple questions.
Oh,
real
go
quick. As I'm looking at the booklet, I guess maybe I need some clarification on some of the projects. As I'm looking at city manager capital projects on page 40, I see Cox Center projects. It's listed as Ward 6. So I guess my question is the Cox Convention Center Ward 6 or Ward 7?
Is it moving? Is that what you're questioning?
And I mean, well, no, that's not the end of my question, because I'm looking at other projects that also mention different wards. So I guess my concern is who's where and what is what, and what document is this for this to be binding for that?
So we should make sure that we clarify on any of those. If we've got an error in there, it's just there for information purposes. It doesn't change it doesn't make any legal change. It's just for information purposes, so we know where it's located, just to indicate what ward it's located in. But if we've got an error in one of those, we'll get those corrected.
Okay, and I guess a lot more of my reason in asking is obviously we're about to go through our census tracts and doing those things. So if this is already trying to tell a story, I think that needs to be noted.
No, that's not at all what that's intended to do.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Any other comments or questions? Okay. What does the council wish to do with the resolution? Move to introduce. All right, we have a motion and a second. Cast your votes. Passes unanimously. Now we're at 9K. This is a resolution approving an amendment to Chapter 4, Item C1C of the City of Oklahoma City Housing Programs Policies, etc. We have a presentation.
Yes, Chris Varga is here with us from our planning department to speak to this item.
Is his mic on?
Vision Manager.
There we go.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Yeah, we
now
got
I
you
can.
now.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. Today's item is a relatively small and succinct and important amendment, I think, to our housing exterior maintenance program, just to increase the cap on what we can spend on a single house project. We're increasingly finding houses that need more work than we're allowed to do with a current $18,000 cap. The housing exterior maintenance program is designed to correct code enforcement problems in housing, peeling paints, windows, torn screens, etc. And it's an all or nothing program. Either we get in there and we fix all the code problems, or we don't. So this is why we're proposing the amendment today. We found our pricing costs are kind of a little bit behind. We haven't updated them in a while. And plus, with the cost of COVID materials in short supply, particularly lumber, the costs have increasingly made it difficult.
Thank you, Chris.
Any questions?
Any questions for Chris? Thank you. All right. If there's no discussion, what does the council wish to do with the resolution at 9K?
Move the resolution.
Got a motion and a second. Cast your votes as soon as you are able. Passes unanimously. All right, item 9L is a resolution approving the incurrence of indebtedness by the Emergency Medical Services Authority for the issuance of a private placement note associated with a line of credit in the amount of $2 million, etc. And we have a presentation here.
Yes, Wiley Williams is with us today. Wiley is actually in his role as chairman of the IMSA Trust that he's here to speak to this item and explain this. Jim Wenham, the director at IMSA, is also here, and we appreciate him being here also.
Newly reappointed. Thank you for your service on that board, Wiley.
Glad to do it, and thank you for entertaining. Today before you is a resolution allowing the IMSA Trust to incur indebtedness in the amount of $2 million and to approve the waiver of competitive bidding on that. IMSA has used Prosperity Bank as its bank for a number of years, and they sought a proposal from them for the $2 million, which was being used to cover expenses during the transition from AMR to IMSA. As you all are aware, there's litigation going on, and IMSA has canceled the contract or terminated the contract effective November 30th with AMR and plans to take over operations on December 1st at midnight. The Finance Department has looked at the proposal from Prosperity Bank and finds it to be reasonable and appropriate. The City of Tulsa approved its side of the waiver and incurrence of indebtedness last Wednesday, and we would ask the City Council to do the same today. Mr. Wyndham is here with me if you have any questions in regard to the transition that's going on, but we would strongly encourage you to approve of this indebtedness. Any questions?
I guess the only question I'd have, Wiley, is where are we at with the litigation? Was there an attempt to get some type of injunctive relief, or is it just in the filing stages?
It's just in the filing stages. There is a letter of credit required by the contract with AMR. They have sought a TRO to prevent us from accessing that letter of credit. There'll be a hearing on that on December 3rd, and I don't know beyond that where we are other than that.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'd move the resolution.
Is there a motion? Is there a second? Got a motion and a second to adopt the resolution at 9L. This needs 6 votes to incur indebtedness, 7 votes to waive competitive bidding, and all of that can be achieved on the same vote, right, Francis? Okay. All right, cast your votes. Passes unanimously with 8 votes, thereby fulfilling the requirements to incur indebtedness and to waive competitive bidding. All right, item 9M1 is a resolution authorizing the municipal councilor to confess judgment without an admission of liability in the case of Cooper v. City of OKC. I'm told we do not expect that we need executive session.
Move the resolution.
We've got a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, cast your votes. Passes unanimously. This brings us to item 10, items from council. We already handled the listed item 10A, but we'll go around the horseshoe. And now that we're back together physically, we're going to go back to my previous pattern, adopted from Mayor Cornett's practice of bouncing back and forth. So today we'll start with Ward 8.
I don't have anything further, Your Honor. Thank you.
I was waiting for you to say Ward 7.
Oh, sorry, Ward 7. Now I can just look at you. See, it's so much better this way.
Thank you.
Ward 7.
Yes, first I do want to wish everyone a happy Turkey Day as we prepare. I know it's going to look different for all of us as we gather in a different way, safely and protecting our neighbors and our family members. So what that looks like for even our family, I'm not quite sure, but definitely want to wish well and safety for everyone. And I know I want to make mention as we continue to walk and go through the precautions of masking and the different things that we have to do. I know a lot of us as council members have received a lot of correspondence from community and residents and neighbors, either for or against masking and expressing in grave detail why they are for or why they are against. And I will express personally, I have received correspondence that said, because I continue to extend, they will ensure that I do not get reelected. And personally, I stand by what I do because I want to protect myself as well as my mother, my only parent that I have left in this world to protect, as well as my neighbors that I know I have to protect, and those that I am in constant contact with, and the many that we have to do Zoom calls because we can't meet in person, and the many that we have to continue to stay socially distanced from. So I will continue to do that work in the best interest of the residents and my family, as well as your family, and in our city that I was asked to protect when I took that oath in November of 2018 for our city. So I wanted to make sure I referenced that, and also just continue to say that we have to stay vigilant in this time because there's a lot of different things that are taking place that can keep us at a low place. But we have to continue to remember where our help comes from for those who may practice whatever we do and believe in whatever we believe in. We have to continue to use that to carry us in this process. And I know we had a couple of tree lightings for our city, and I know even with that, it's going to be a little, it was distanced for those celebrations. And even Small Business Saturday, I enjoy going to support our local businesses, but it's really going to look different this Saturday trying to do that. Although I can do it from my computer for some, it's just more helpful to go into the places to see those faces that you hadn't seen in a while. But again, I know there are still going to be precautions with that. So I also want to continue to make mention, especially to a lot of our residents. I know we had to go through a couple of different spurts, not just the ice storm with our electric being knocked out for some, but the high winds that we had that knocked out some others for a couple of days or maybe less than that. But I think it's important, and we continue to educate, and I know we're going to have more education here in a minute, that we understand what our responsibilities are, or folks understand what our responsibilities are as local elected officials, what we can and we can't control when it comes to those types of situations. And I know even as newly elected, still understanding what some of those boundaries are, you want to fix everything. And unfortunately, in a lot of aspects, you still have to use the other resources and rely on other departments that are state regulated, or even our state elected officials to help us through that process, which I am grateful that we have those kind of relationships for the ones that I know are particularly within Ward 7 that we can count on and get assistance with pertaining to local issues and even our county government to ensure that we're working together in the best interest of those that live among us. So I just wanted to mention that. But again, I just want to wish everyone a very nice, healthy, and well Turkey Day for Thursday.
Thank you. Ward 6? Ward 5? Ward 4?
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to make a comment real quick. We're actually taking bids on a new project, a repaving project that'll go from South Peebly from 44th down to Southeast 89th, and Southeast 44th from Peebly over to that new Turnpike Bridge out there. So that's going to be a great project, long time coming. Other than that, I just wanted to wish everyone a happy Thanksgiving. Thank you.
Ward 3?
Just like to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. This is very challenging times for everybody, for families, for relatives, for friends. God bless you, and may next year see us in a little different light. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ward 2?
Thank you, Mayor. I just, a few items. One, I'd like to extend a heartfelt congratulations to Tamaya Cox-Teray for her reappointment to serve as our Ward 2 representative on the city's bond advisory committee. I'm thankful for their service, and I look forward to the months and years ahead working with Tamaya. I wanted to say thank you to IMSA and specifically to John Graham for the flu shot I was able to get earlier this week. That was really very, very thoughtful of IMSA and Debbie Martin and our city council staff and Boyd Fulton for helping to coordinate my being able to get that flu shot. And apparently I didn't realize this until I did the social media post of John doing the shot that I was standing next to royalty. The people really like John Graham. They're just clicking like on Facebook and Instagram. So thank you for that flu shot. And I would just encourage everyone to get a flu shot, because we don't know what happens when an individual winds up with COVID and the flu, and it would just be a nightmare scenario to find our hospitals full of patients experiencing both. And we should remember that the flu is responsible for thousands of deaths each year. It's not just a really bad cold. So get your flu shot, friends. I wanted to say congratulations to the Coronado neighborhoods in Ward 2, the northwest corner of Ward 2. They are very excited about some park improvements from the 2007 bond, and I am equally excited to see those come to fruition for them. So thank you, Rosemary, for keeping me updated with the newsletters, and thank you to those in the Parks Department for ensuring that the Coronado Heights neighbors in North Coronado see those improvements. And again, Crown Heights has seen some park improvements as well, and so I'm very excited to see those. And I have to say, I didn't know if I was going to speak about this publicly, but I received an email from a constituent who remembered when I was knocking doors nearly 2 years ago, and there was this. It's a cul-de-sac, and there was a woman who was at her door, had just moved here from New Orleans, and was making gumbo, which I had never had. And I kept seeing all these people behind me in the cul-de-sac. They kept bringing food to the middle of the cul-de-sac, and they were setting up folding chairs and stuff like this. And I had some more doors to knock in the cul-de-sac, so I, uncomfortably went, 'cause it was clear something was about to happen. And those folk ended up inviting me to sit with them in their cul-de-sac and enjoy the potluck that they were creating. And one of those individuals sent me an email a couple days ago just saying, keep up the good work and we see you. And remembered that, brought back to me that cul-de-sac experience. And I already sent an email to them saying thank you and wishing them and their neighbors a happy Thanksgiving. But I just think it's important, particularly because of the divisiveness we've experienced in recent years, and especially this year, to hear a story like that. The people in that cul-de-sac were not all registered one party, and yet there they were, sharing food with one another, and someone they just met, me, inviting me to have gumbo for the first time in my life, and let me tell you, that gumbo was delicious. And so I just wanted to say thank you to that neighborhood, thank you to that constituent, and I'm going to be tomorrow bringing food to my mother, and she's going to be eating on one side of her glass door, and I'm going to be eating on the porch. Because we're going to make Thanksgiving work, but we're going to make sure that safety is first and foremost in keeping that glass door divider between us. My mom, as I've told you all before, is a 76 retired registered nurse, and her safety is paramount in my mind, as is the safety of Ward 2 residents. And as Councilwoman Nice mentioned earlier, we took an oath to secure the blessings of liberty, promote the general welfare, those very important words in our Constitution. So just wanted to say thank you also to Heather from the Emergency Management for walking through some of their concerns and what they're experiencing as it comes to testing and contact tracing and our hospitalizations and these sorts of things. I think those are all of what I have for you. So thank you and happy Thanksgiving to everybody.
Thank you. All right, that brings us to item 11, which is city manager reports.
Yes, so first up we have Kathy O'Connor with the Alliance for Economic Development to give us a presentation on, or just an update on the Small Business Continuity Program.
Thank you. A brief update today about the Small Business Continuity Program. We closed the application for the minority-owned business program on November 20th. We received 347 applications through that program. 45 of those were disqualified because they were not in an eligible location or were an ineligible business type. We have already dispersed or approved payments for 50 businesses totaling about $850,000. We received 106 applications requesting business retrofit, 82 for technical assistance that we'll be working with over the next few weeks to try to get those services completed and the payments made. The rest of the applications, we'll be working with the bank and with Community Action Agency to get all the required documentation so that we can process payments on the other applications that were received before the deadlines. So on all the other programs, all the grant payments have been made. We are working through technical assistance and business retrofit payments still on both of those programs as well. So that's where we're at. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Kathy. So next we have Brian Alford with OG&E is here. Brian is Director of Corporate Relations, and give us an update on the response, OG&E's response to the ice storm and the outages, and help us better understand kind of what we experience as we see the fallout with the debris that we now have to clean up. They had the experience with the damage to the electrical infrastructure. And so I really appreciate Brian being here and his team, and appreciate their support here and what they've done in our community.
Thank you, thank you, City Manager. Mayor, members, thank you for the opportunity to be here today. For some reason, I have bad fog today, so I'm going to put those aside and hopefully be able to see you here shortly. Want to thank you again for this opportunity, and we always start these types of activities with thanking our customers for their support and patience in this storm. It had been 13 years since our city had a similar storm of this magnitude, and they never get easier. You get working them better and better, but that patience and understanding our customers show, and the outpouring of support for the crews that were here, not only ours, but those that were from out of state as far away as Canada. We had continual feedback from them about the folks in Oklahoma City, how kind they were, how understanding they were, and we appreciate that. The Oklahoma standard was on display for sure. What I'd like to do today is walk through a couple of things for you, give you a little bit of background, maybe some insights into this particular storm. We've got a handout. Has everybody got one? Okay. This is a brief synopsis that we have put together about this storm, and just kind of touch a little bit on the amount of damage. The magnitude of the damage that we saw with this storm was extraordinary. We have not seen this type of damage in I think the history of our company. I think this will definitely be the worst storm in our company's history. We had 475,000 customers off at a peak. Those customers experienced little over 1.15 million outages as a result of the storm. And this was a perfect storm, not only for OG&E, but for our state. An ice storm before Halloween, I don't know that we would have ever thought about until this year. And we always have to be ready for these types of events. And we have to be able to respond whatever time of year. But the sheer fact that the foliage was still on the trees and we had 60 hours of freezing rain created unbearable weight on those trees. They just simply could not bear the weight. And we all see the damage that was done. And you all now having to really clean that debris, as the city manager mentioned earlier, all that debris that's now on the curb was the debris in the backyards when we started down this path. But there you can see some of the storm facts, just some things that we thought were pretty interesting as it relates to this storm. From a timeline perspective, just to kind of walk you through our timing, just so you know how it works. We have an incident command structure, very much modeled on best practices from the Coast Guard. The 2007 ice storm gave rise to our adoption of the incident command structure. So anytime we have a storm or an incident of significance within the company, we activate that incident command structure, and it is very much like a military command structure, and that is what we use to affect storm restoration. We activated that structure on Sunday, the 25th. There had been some uncertainty as to the extent of this storm, where it was actually going to hit in the state and how severe it would be. Would it stay cold enough? Would it rain? All these different questions. Sunday, it became clear to us that we needed to move forward with our planning. Hurricane Zeta was coming on shore in the Gulf. We wanted to do what we could to ensure that we had adequate resources available to help in the event that we did have a significant event. So we started that process, started the process of securing hotel rooms, all the logistics that comes with bringing crews in from out of state. Did that ice storm morning, Monday morning, and we proceeded to have 60 hours plus of ice on our equipment and trees that surrounded it. And it's damage unlike anything I've seen in my career at the company. It's, again, far and away the worst, I think, that we have ever witnessed on our system. I won't read across. You can see the different dates and just what was going on those dates. One of the things I want to bring to your attention, and it's something that we can talk about, are days 5 through 9. That was really the most intense piece of this storm restoration. And that is when we were in the backyards of our customers all across the metro. We had to touch approximately 90% of the homes to make restorations in the backyards, whereas typically with an ice storm, we may be in 40%. We touched, at last count, somewhere in the range of 130,000 homes in the backyards. The trees in backyards had fallen across service lines. Service lines are those lines that connect your home, if you have overhead service, to the grid. Those trees fell across those lines, creating substantial damage. In some situations, we actually had to secure a crane to move debris just so our crews could get back to the back and begin to effect repairs. Those repairs took, on average, 2 to 4 hours more time than they typically would in a traditional ice storm. Again, just simply because of the volume. I think once the storm wrapped up, we restrung, I think, about 65 miles of just service line alone. And to see those kinds of numbers has just been incredible from my perspective, just as being a longtime employee. Another thing I'll bring your attention to is there is another spread there talking about the power restoration sequence. How do we go about restoring power? Well, we want to take those opportunities to restore as many customers as we can, as quickly as we can. So when we have an event like we had that began October 26th, we set about making restoration plans to do just that. And you can see it works from the power plant there on the left down to the individual resident on the right. Now, these things don't happen linearly. They are all happening at the same time. We're assessing damage from the beginning of the process to the end of the process to understand what it is that lies in front of us from a restoration standpoint. We did that. We began that work immediately as soon as we began to lose power on the 26th. If you go back to the timeline, you can see that even on day one, we had 140. Day 2 or 3 was 185,000 customers restored. So you're able to make restoration while the storm is going on. Unfortunately, with this particular storm, we would take a step forward and 2 steps back simply because the moisture continued to fall. And as you mentioned, you added a windstorm on top of that going into Thursday, which further compounded the problem. It was really Friday, the 30th of October, before we could actually get out and start making repairs that we knew were going to hold, simply because we had managed to move beyond the moisture. Even into that weekend, we continued to have winds that continued to cause problems. But fortunately, the weather did begin to cooperate into the next week, and we began to make significant progress. The last thing that, a couple other things I think I'll mention too. We received several questions, as you all know. You all were actively following our restoration efforts. One was around underground. Why don't we put everything underground? Since the early 1970s, most everything has been undergrounded. Most new developments in urban areas are all now put underground, but we do have areas of town that are still overhead. Those are being primarily the older neighborhoods. And can you put those underground? Sure, but there is a cost-benefit analysis that you have to do. The cost is extraordinary. Coming out of the 2007 storm, the Oklahoma Corporation Commission did a study to look at the feasibility, and at the end of the day, the cost was somewhere north of $30 billion. And we have to weigh, is that an expense that we want to incur for storms like this that may occur once a decade? And so it's a decision that we all have to make working together. I will tell you that the Oklahoma Corporation Commission has established a docket to look at utility performance during the storm, not only OGE, but the other investor-owned utilities in the state. And I believe the co-ops will be participating in that as well. But they have initiated an action that should have a procedural schedule within the next couple of weeks. There's also a little bit more information here about our incident command structure, just how it works. And I'll close with, earlier this year, one of the other, or a couple of the other questions I should circle back to was vegetation management and what our plans were going forward. Vegetation management is something that we take very seriously, simply because it can help prevent outages when we do have storms like this. We trim to an industry standard, which is about a 4-year cycle. Some areas are trimmed more frequently if they have faster growing trees. We use a directional pruning approach that helps keep those trees from growing into lines, and we usually look for 10 to 14 feet of clearance. But again, we want to ensure the health of the tree when we take them back, so we look for the nearest collar and the collar is where you have a major branch diversion. So we look to trim back to the collars. And then lastly, what about going forward? Well, earlier this year, we filed at the Oklahoma Corporation Commission what we call the Oklahoma Grid Enhancement Plan. And that is an $810 million plan that will be invested over 5 years to bring new technology to our grid and to continue the work that we've done over the last several years of system hardening. And when I say system hardening, that's poles and reinforcing infrastructure. But the technology is something that we've been piloting in Arkansas for the last several years, and we've seen really good success with this technology, improving performance from a reliability and resiliency standpoint, some 70 to 90%. And we feel like it holds great promise, and we have actually already started initiating the implementation of that technology across our footprint. And we'll be starting with those circuits that tend to give us more problems than others, and creating a better customer experience for those customers. And we'll continue to work down the list and bring that technology to bear for most of us in the state over the course of the next number of years. With that, I know you very likely have questions of me, and I want to allow plenty of time for you all to do that. So with that, I'll turn it over to you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you so much for being here today. I expect as well that we have some questions. Who wants to start?
A couple of questions, if you don't mind. Can you kind of explain to us in a little more detail how valuable were the out-of-state people that came in for the disaster relief, and was that a good response in comparison to what happens in other states? The second thing is, when you look at the timeline of events, now that you reflect back, is there something you feel that you could have done differently? And the third question would be, what analysis is going to be performed going forward to help us improve upon what we did in this disaster?
All great questions. Let me start at the top. Utilities have it's called mutual assistance. We all know that we can't staff adequately to manage these intense storms. So we rely on each other, and we are all just a phone call away typically from when one of our peers needs help. Our crews did 3 or 4 stints on hurricane damage and other storms. They were in Iowa this year, and they were helping those utilities who faced very similar type of outage problems from one storm to another. And that give and take is essential. Relying on those crews is something that we take seriously. It's why we want to go help when we need to go help. I will tell you that there was an intense fight for resources around this ice storm simply because Hurricane Zeta was on shore. The southeast utilities had much more time to prepare. They saw it coming, and so they were actually well into their recruiting process. But I think what we see in this storm is the benefit and the respect that our company carries when we go on the road. And the fact that we were able to secure over 4,000 of those folks within about 5 days, I think was just phenomenal, and a testament to the work that our folks do when they go on the road. The second question was...
Looking back at the timeline of events, as you reflect today on what was done, is there something you could have done different? And then secondly, thirdly, what do we hold in store for the future for looking at what we did and how we can improve upon that?
One of the things that we do with every storm, no matter its size, we have after-action reviews. We sit down and we look at our performance. We look at how our technology performed. We look at how we performed in the field. And we have deep conversations about that performance, and we test ourselves. We put our efforts to our own rigorous test, and from that, we've made huge gains. If you look at the 2007 storm, that being the former most damaging storm in our company's history versus 2020, we restored probably an additional 100,000 customers with this storm versus that one. We touched many more homes from a service line perspective, and just the sheer volume of work was so much greater with this storm. We were able to complete restoration on this storm in less time than we did in 2007. And I know that doesn't make it any more appealing about the amount of time that some customers did, because we understand the significant disruption that occurs. Our economy is driven by electricity today. There is no mistake about that, and we understand that. And we work incredibly hard to ensure that we are doing things to make our system more reliable and more resilient. And we believe the grid enhancement initiatives that we have on the plate over the next 5 years will definitely bring improved reliability and resiliency.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us today. I appreciate all the additional information, and usually the more people discuss issues, the more informed they are, and they develop a better understanding. So thank you for joining us today. One question I have, in terms of a couple of questions, let me back up. In terms of the amount of money being spent, the booklet indicates that $810 million, I believe, will be spent on enhancing the grid and innovative improvements, which is a lot of money. You know, our most recent MAPS program approaches $1 billion, so we know that's a lot of money, and it takes a lot of commitment to gather that much. And so we appreciate that. In studies that I've seen, though, when competition is allowed to enter a market, and this one study, a peer review study, specifically addressed electrical utilities, that the number of patent applications, amount of money spent on research and development and technology enhancement always goes up. And so, again, $810 million is a lot of money. I'm just wondering, had there been an instance where we were more accommodating to competition as opposed to an exclusive monopoly, would this money have been spent earlier and we would now be receiving the benefits of this type of an expenditure? Because I really do, without getting too far, question the comment that since 1970, all new developments have had their electrical wires placed underground. Our neighborhood was began being developed in the late 90s, end of 98, 99, and it has the traditional utility poles. And so I'm just saying, I think competition is always good. When you have competition, you've got a greater incentive to focus on innovation, improvement in technology. So that's just my comment. My question to you, though, is how can the city help in terms of the vegetation control? Can we provide greater ordinances that even allow us to participate in that activity? Because I've called a couple of times identifying areas that impact our electricity supply, and nothing has been done, you know, over the past year in terms of clearing that structure. So can we as a city do anything to help in your process in terms of, you know, clearing the vegetation?
I think there's always room for a conversation around your trimming practices and any management that you could actually exhibit or exert on working to keep trees from under power lines, from being adjacent to power lines. I will tell you, with this particular storm, 5 days roughly of the restoration process of this storm on the back end was simply the work that had to be done in house-to-house fashion.
Right.
And it's something that we will be focused on going forward is helping to educate our customers about the need to keep those lines as clear as possible from overhanging trees or nearby trees, simply because of just the sheer volume of damage that was done with this particular storm in the backyards. But the idea of helping us with keeping rights of way clear of trees, especially those that are quick growing and have a tendency to climb into our infrastructure, that is far and away one of the areas that where we could use help. And then helping educate not only customers, but all of our citizens about the need to keep that service line clear where they have overhead service.
Thank you.
So maybe to follow on that for just a moment, I mean, do you guys, you talked about a 4-year vegetation rotation. I mean, are you talking about increasing that frequency?
We're going to have conversations, Mayor, on a myriad issues after this storm. We're going to look at our trimming. We're going to look at our technology. We're looking at a lot of different things. For example, our customer interface online. The sheer volume of this storm, it did not perform like we wanted it to perform. So we are going to be taking a lot of things into consideration as we go through this after-action review.
Okay. Other comments, questions?
Yeah.
Over here? Okay.
I'll try to be brief. Thanks for sharing this information with us. Question, when you talk about burying the plant, are you talking about the transmission line and the service line to the home coming into the weatherhead, or primarily the service line from the home to the pole?
We would be looking at what we call distribution. Distribution is what you see running down the streets and into the neighborhoods. Distribution is what, when you talk about undergrounding, usually is put underground. Service lines are a great place to start, again, because of just the potential for an outage in a backyard where we can't trim and you all, it's private property, so we don't have much of a means to manage that. But putting that underground gives an option there. It's definitely something that you can continue to have conversations regarding the undergrounding process, but again, it's just a dollars and cents conversation.
Sure. And that really would be up to the homeowner's contribution as far as that end service line.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes.
Okay. What about a low interest, no interest loan on Generac? Is that a competing enterprise? I don't see it as competing with OG&E.
No, I think that's that's even a business product that we've looked at as well. And so there's again opportunities are out there. It is having conversations around what those opportunities can be, and looking at how we do that in either a regulated environment or an unregulated environment, and doing it on behalf of not only OGE customers, but utility customers across the state.
Yeah, thank you. And I noticed you brought Pat Lewis with you.
Yeah, I brought Pat Lewis with me because Pat's going to retire. I really thought I'd ask him to do this presentation today, just so you all could wish him well.
It would make it so much easier to yell or be mean, but anyway.
No, but I did, and Just real quickly, Pat is retiring, and I appreciate him for all his work. I'm hopeful you all have had a chance to meet Spencer Brown. Spencer's taken Pat's place, and Spencer's been working with the city now for a bit, and we look forward to him kind of assuming Pat's role as well.
Great. Well, Pat's been great to work with, and Pat, thank you for your, what is it, 80 years of service, right, with OG&E? So, yeah. You should have retired a month ago, I'm telling you. Thanks, I appreciate it. All right.
Yeah, we can hear you. Well, maybe.
If you grade the performance of OG&E on all aspects of restoring from this storm, what grade would you give yourself? A being superb, F being terrible.
I think this storm, from my view, is a B. There are some things that, again, that we know that we can do better from a customer experience perspective, with trying to deliver estimated times of restoration. In an effort to provide transparency to our customers with this storm, we used our estimated time of restorations deeper into a storm, and in hopes that we would provide customers with better info. Unfortunately, it worked, but not well, and our customers were frustrated with us. We understand that. We know we have to get better at that. But in terms of marshaling a workforce to get out there and just the physical, putting lines back in the air, poles back in the ground, I think that was A, work. Those folks work 16 plus hours a day. Sometimes you just have to call them in and sit them down to rest. You're not going to find a more dedicated group of folks out there wanting to get a job done. They continually amaze me time and time again, and I've seen more storms than I care to. But I think B.
Thank you.
Yeah, I just have a few questions. So the grid enhancement plan, reading the description, I'm still a little unclear. It kind of has like buzzwords that I'm like, what does that actually mean in it? So is this like a reactive solution? Like, because I'm reading that some technology maybe will help us know where the problems are quicker when outages happen. Kind of, can you walk me through what this actually means?
It is a variety of different tools, and you hit on several of them. One is it's putting technology to work that is available today that allows a system to see a problem and to move power around that problem. And so the customer never sees an outage, that we can move it around quickly enough, or we can isolate that outage to a much smaller location. You often hear the term self-healing grid when you hear about these types of plans. And that's, an easy way to look at it is the grid can sense a problem on itself, and then it can say, if I go around this problem, I can limit the outages to, let's say, 6 rather than 60 or 600. There's also a piece of this that is just infrastructure. Reinforced poles, doing just actually hardening work that we actually initiated, coming out of the 2007 storm. We've invested roughly $6 billion in the system since 2011 and have been able to do so while keeping our rates flat, which is something that we strive to do, is continue to improve reliability and resiliency, but understanding that it gets hot in Oklahoma and we need to do what we can to maintain low rates.
Thank you. So along this, where is that? The power restoration sequence, can you speak to how this grid enhancement plan would, essentially, if we had already had these improvements for the technology that would like reroute power, can you speak to how this might have been different if we had this already in place?
The primary difference, I believe, in this storm, you would have seen along the lines of the fourth bubble over, the number 4. I think that's where that technology really comes into play. So had a tree limb been resting on a line, and the system would see that tree limb, and it would test itself, and it would say, okay, if that tree stays there 2 more times, I'm going to turn the circuit off, or I have to find a different path for that power around that particular area. And so it tests itself, the tree limb is still there, then it makes the decision that it can move power from 2 poles back to 8 poles forward and go around it. And so the outage is actually limited to a smaller group. So think about lightning with thunderstorms, think about wind damage. This particular storm, it would have helped, probably not to the extent that it would in more typical storm-related outages, but it definitely would have helped.
Because in this case, like a lot of lines were literally just taken down by trees, so that in that case, it's not going to really have any kind of impact.
Yeah, the physical nature of the storm alone would have, again, it would have served a good purpose for many, but again, for just as many, it would not, simply because of the damage.
And then, so, and knowing that this was a very, I don't even want to use the word historic anymore, because recognizing that climate change is real, like our 100-year, 500-year storms are becoming more and more frequent. So, you know, the unique nature of the timing of this, this storm, outside of that, generally when we have tornadoes, high winds, other storms that just will, you know, take out a line or something, what's the sort of average cost for specifically for OG&E to be responding to those events? And I guess let's just say tornadoes to make it sort of simple, a little simpler, knowing that's something that happens on some regular frequency in different areas of the state.
It really is going to be storm dependent. You can have outbreaks like we had in 1999 or 2013, and those costs will be tens of millions of dollars, or you can have the F1 or 2 that may cause minimal damage and maybe just be something less than that. It's going to vary by storm. And I don't know that you could put an average on it and do it justice. It's something that we can get for you. We definitely get you the average, but
Okay.
again, just simply because of the nature of the types of storms that we see here in the state, I'm not sure there is a good average out there. Perhaps an average for ice storms, an average for tornadoes, that type of thing.
I would be interested in seeing that. And I think, because what I'm getting at is, yeah, 30 billion is a big number, but it's preventative. And something that I think I say a lot is an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And not only the costs for OG&E specifically to respond to events, but for the city to respond, for the state to respond in different ways, as well as for individuals to be losing hundreds of dollars worth of groceries, of medicine, of having hotel visits. And, you know, it's nice of you to put this $500,000 donation down here as helping storm-affected customers, but I'm going to guess that the loss of productivity, access to medicine, healthcare costs, now that families had to double up and now have COVID, is going to go well over $500,000. So again, it's just, I struggle with, you know, doing things like this grid enhancement plan that seems like it'll sort of scratch at the surface of what is really needed, versus doing more impactful preventative types of investment over a period of time, and maybe as a partnership among different entities, state, city, OG&E, because if we are going to have a monopoly, there needs to be some accountability of what kind of maintenance or enhancements take place. And when I'm hearing that this, $810 million investment probably wasn't going to do much to alleviate the response to this type of event, and again, recognizing that these sorts of events will continue to happen with greater frequency over the coming years, I just struggle. So I guess I just wanted to and so if I can understand again some of those costs of responding, I think it'll help me to know, okay, to just understand better and to know better how our constituents who are coming to us, and I think Councilman Nye spoke to it earlier, saying, do something, and it's like, all I know to do is ask questions and gather some facts and try to get you the information you need to advocate to the people who actually can do something, which is the Corporation Commission, just trying to understand how to get them the correct information so they can be advocating to those bodies. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello. As I said in my comments, well, first, thank you for being here. And as I said in my comments, can you hear me? Is this good? Okay. As I said in my comments 2 weeks ago at City Council, let me be very clear. While I am just so thankful for the workers, local or otherwise, who endured the cold and then came here to do the work to restore electricity to our people, that same level of gratitude I feel for the worker is the equal parts the frustration I feel with this moment. I want to echo almost word for word what I just heard from Councilwoman Hamon. I was taking some notes on just some of the things I heard from Ward 2 residents when I posted about this, and I'll just share a couple of them with you. We got an email, Ward 2 did. Insulin thrown away. That hit me really hard because I just had the honor of standing with Mayor Holt and State Senator Kerry Hicks at Scissortail Bridge last Thursday to light up the bridge, blue, not just for her kiddo who has type 1 diabetes, but anybody who has type 1 and type 2 diabetes. And as I dug down into those numbers, the 7.4 million who have type 1 diabetes, and found that their monthly insulin cost $200, $300, $400. That's if they even have the insurance. This guy, and to Councilwoman Hamon's point, maybe we connected him, our office connected him with the United Way funds. But how many other of our residents in this city do not know about that $500,000? Moreover, last year, I had a woman reach out and she needed my assistance. And I tried to help her by sharing a link to the information she needed. She does not have the internet. I rode my bike from Paseo to Northwest 36th in Portland to go literally by hand give her the information she needed. How many other people like her exist in this city who do not have access to the internet, who do not know about that $500,000? Is that $500,000 even enough when how many of us, and these were comment after comment after comment I saw, had to get rid of our food? Literally, I took my food to fertile ground so that they could compost it. And it breaks my heart to get rid of my food because I suspect I'm in a similar position as many other OKC residents are who live paycheck to paycheck. I've said it so many times from this council that half this country, half of us do not have $500 in a savings account. So when we lose a week's worth of groceries, 2 weeks worth of groceries in our freezer and in our refrigerators, that is not some willy-nilly thing. That is life-altering. Same with the people who shared stories with me, who were able to go to hotels, the Skirvin, the Colcord, 21C. Guess what? If you don't have $500 in savings, you're not going to the Skirvin. You're not going to Motel 6. Those are the stories. So I have to say, while I appreciate this information, it just does not seem to address the magnitude of this moment. And had I not had a friend who somehow had electricity at their house, I don't know where I would have been sleeping. I was sleeping on a sofa for a week. While I was representing the people of Ward 2, my electricity went out. Stayed on their sofa, couldn't really communicate with my students because even though my friends had electricity, they did not have the internet, which was another common concern I heard in comment after comment, email after email. So I'm sure you're a very nice person. I know for a fact Mr. Lewis is. I've met him. And I've spoken briefly with Mr. Brown, and I suspect he too is a nice individual. But these systemic errors, mistakes, I would argue, and most of the comments I saw on my Facebook and my Instagram would argue, I don't think this is a moment to just, for you all as a company to just meet and discuss the myriad of things. I would argue, and I have no control over what you all do, but I would argue for you all to really dig down into those comments. Go read my Facebook page. Go read what they said. Not a single one of them said, this is fine. So I'm upset. I can't hide it. I have no poker face, you all. You've learned this now from me being on council. When my people are upset, I wear their grief, and they are grieving the loss of food, the loss of 2 weeks in some cases of the internet. It's not just unfortunate, it was their lives. So that's my comments, but then I have questions for you. First question, why were we not, as OG&E, able to be on the nightly news communicating with everybody about where we were in restoration and the information that is found in this right here? Why was this not communicated with our people on a daily, if not hourly basis, as opposed to the emails I received that many of my people received that would say, we have no restoration date, sorry. Next email, we have no restoration time, sorry. Why were you all not, and do you make plans going forward when these sorts of historic moments occur, to be on the news, to be able to communicate with our people? That was a top 5 concern I had received from our people.
I can assure you we were on the news. We had over 200 interactions with the local TV news. We were virtually on every station every day. Our public information officer during the storm, a gentleman by the name of David Kimmel, was doing interviews throughout the day and into the evening. We can definitely look at improving that and ramping up the volume and the velocity of those messages. Yeah, again, we were on social media each day, and we were at the media each day.
press conferences? You all had press conferences on the hour, by the hour?
We did live updates with the folks that were running our incident command. We had him provide those types of updates via social media just about every day. But again, we will continue to learn with each one of these.
Next
Just
question.
to respond to your comment there,
I
James,
mean,
James, one thing I would say, throughout this incident, I kept reaching out to Pat, and Pat kept reaching out to me, and he was a wonderful source of information and was very, very helpful.
like I said, Pat's a nice guy. I am saying to you, the dozens of comments on this Facebook page, on Instagram, the emails we have received are telling us that somewhere along the way there was a breakdown in communication. I'm guessing part of the breakdown was that many of us couldn't even get on social media because we didn't have the internet. So I'm just saying, like, we need to really think, and maybe if the electricity's out, maybe the TV isn't the best way to communicate, but there needs to be ways to communicate with people when their literal lives are at stake. And so just please dig into that. Please dig into that. I don't know, what would flyers have looked like in people's neighborhoods when we've basically been reduced to the 1800s because of the lack of electricity? What would neighborhood flyers have looked like? I don't know, but I think that there's some room for communication there. Number two, why are we only every 4 years? Is that the correct time we're going through and digging into the tree maintenance? Why are we not doing that more regularly? And I understand from what I heard earlier, cost, but forgive me, but I believe when I read Fortune, OG&E annually, 2019, $425 million in profits. 2018, $619 million in profits. 2017, $338 million in profits. 2016, $271 million in profits. An ounce of prevention keeps the doctor away. Why can we not do more regular tree trimming and maintenance?
Again, our trimming is based on an industry standard, an ANSI, an American National, I can't remember what ANSI stands for, but it is a well-defined practice that we apply in our trimming processes. But again, if we need to do more, that's something that we will look at. But again, we do more in many situations. 4 is typically the amount of time that we can do a complete cycle of trimming the hundreds of, or the tens of thousands of miles of our system each year. So we're out there trimming each of those. But if there are areas where we have faster growing trees or we have problem areas, we want to get to those more quicker than we do on a 4-year cycle. And we'll look at those.
I appreciate you taking time to look into that for our people. I would also encourage you all to really think through what the burying of power lines could look like over a period of time. And, you know, this was another complaint I had. So here we were in terms of communicating with OG&E, communicating to our people, we don't know. But I'll tell you what, be darned if one of my residents didn't get a cutoff notice. And it happens all the time. And I just, again, I just, could you all please look into your, and I'm sorry, my tone, there's times where I'm able to just maintain a level of chill when I talk, and I just can't with this one. This and COVID are just, I'm guessing you have some idea of what it's like to receive the level of inquiries that I, as a council member, as the other council members did, but the powerlessness that struck us and not being able to help our people. That's why I'm so frustrated. And so the frustration you're hearing from me right now, this tone, it's not for artifice. It's truly the level of frustration I was hearing and continuing to hear from people. And no matter how many times I mentioned the elected corporation commission or whatever, ire just pointed back, because their livelihoods were on the line. So, yeah, I would really encourage you to rethink, if you all could in your meetings, what further economic relief could look like for people who lost medicine, for people who lost food to this this storm. I would really challenge you all to think about what further economic relief could look like for our people, particularly given that we're in a historic pandemic. 2, I would really encourage you all to think through what communication looks like when electricity is out. Like, truly, what does it look like when television and the internet are no longer viable options? 3, power lines. What would it look like? What would an actionable plan? Let's not just throw out $30 billion and say, well, that's too much, nothing we can do about it. When my parents found out how expensive college was going to be, we made a plan, and we got me there. So I would really love to work with you all on that. Next, I had many people complain to me about live wires being down. Live wires, and when they would call OG&E, if they could get through to someone, the person would say, call the police to report the live wire. Well, these people were living in pure terror because they have a live wire in their backyard. And I'm not exaggerating that when I say pure terror. So I'd like to hear a little bit more from whatever you all do to try and figure out what that looks like. Okay, I'm back. My tone's, I can feel it. I can feel myself coming back down here. So all that to say, I really appreciate you taking time to be here today. I appreciate you taking time to walk us through these questions. I beyond remain appreciative to every single worker who's been working to restore electricity to people's lives. I just needed you to hear, your company to hear what I am hearing. I represent people. I wanted to speak what their truths were. And if you could, I would welcome you back after you and your folk have had time to go through what you've described as a myriad of things. Because don't mistake my tone for a clenched fist. It is, in fact, one of an open hand and wanting to work with you all to move forward. So, thank you.
Thank you for the feedback.
I'll be very brief because the time has grown to afternoon. But I share in the sentiments that I've heard as well, and the reasons why are because pertaining to live wires, when he mentioned that, it made me think of a neighbor, dear friend, actually in Ward 2 though, their neighbor across the street, their house caught on fire twice because of live wires not being taken care of at that time, and not being attained or attention being brought to them when they initially called and said, we have live wires. Their home ended up again catching on fire a second time because they were not addressed the first time. My stories that I've heard were very similar, as I had to live with it throughout this effort as well. But we had a lot of seniors who were displaced from their residences, and some who had to wait it out because they were disabled. So they had to sit there and wait for someone to come and see how we were going to be able to restore their power. And while I understand and appreciate the information as far as the warranty program, it is very late. I know in particular, I heard a story of someone having to pay over $2,500 to get their box and all of that restored in order for OG&E to reconnect their power. And consider, as we've heard, people losing all of these things already, and now you have to come up with so much money in order to have your own service restored again. And I know there in particular have been residents within Northeast Oklahoma City who, and all across our city, who are already at a disadvantage, and now you have to worry about this cost that you don't know where you're going to get assistance with this. And I know our last meeting, I asked if we could figure out a way for electricians that would just volunteer themselves to help in this effort just to restore the power so we could move forward. So even after this restoration date of November 10th, we were well into last week when people still didn't have power from the first ice storm based on those things. So there has to be some kind of plan in that conversation that we're addressing those middle needs, because we still have to care for the least of us in this process. And when you have folks who already can't afford to buy their groceries, let alone have to get rid of the groceries they have, now they have to pay to have the electrician come and look at different pieces of their home in order for their service to be restored. That's a grave disadvantage to our neighbors when we have to work through all of these other things. So I hope we can look at also working through that effort of those who have to fall in the cracks and who still have to sit and wait, because it's very unfortunate that they even still have to sit and wait, and probably on top of that now have those cutoff notices because they have to sit and wait, and they can't afford to even get the people to come to their homes to work through that process for them or with them.
Thank you.
Okay, any other comments or questions for Brian? All right. Thank you, Brian. Back to you, Craig.
All right, thanks, Brian. Appreciate you being here. Appreciate all of you all being here with us. So next up, we have presentations on our capital improvements plan. We had promised that we have two today. We have Parks up first. We'll make a presentation on their 5-year capital improvement plan, and then we'll have followed by airports. So first up is Doug Cupper, our Parks and Recreation Director.
I didn't touch it. I'll be brief. If you want to follow along in your booklet, we start on page 61. Go ahead, Mike. Of course, reading and trying to follow with fogging is going to be difficult. Anyways, we try to maintain and improve our capabilities to plan for the future, and as part of that action, we recently updated our park master plan, and we hope to take that to the Planning Commission at their meeting this month and then bring it to the City Council for adoption. That's an update to the plan that was approved by City Council in 2014. Our park projects are going to total over the next 5 years approximately $147,600,000. Some of it's new park facilities, park improvements, golf improvements, general facility improvements, new trail wayfinding signage, and paving improvements. So we have a lot of parking lots that need to be improved. It's broken down by project year, $50 million this upcoming year. And our lowest year of production will be 2023-2024 at $12.5 million. This gives you a graphic display of what kind of project type money that we have, or the improvements broken down by percentage. Go ahead, Mike. And the majority of our funding is coming from GO bonds for this 5-year capital plan, some of which is still 2007 GO funds. The remainder is 2017. And we do have some impact fees identified in here as well. This is a map depicting of where we anticipate doing these improvements over the next 5 years. You can see the gold ribbons that are displayed on this map are the trail systems. Those are going to get the wayfinding signs that we are out for bids, or gone out for bids for. We will start at the Burke Cooper Trail up around Lake Hefner and work our way through our 100 miles of trail system. We have a new athletic complex that'll be built at Woodson Park. We haven't, it's planned to be baseball diamonds. We're still vacillating between baseball and soccer at Woodson going forward. We also have under construction the Willa D. Johnson Recreation Center. That's part of our 5-year expenditures. This is a depiction of the trail wayfinding signs that will be on all of our multi-use trails. At trailheads, there will be maps depicting where they expect to go on the trail system, but also on the trail itself, we'll have mile markers. One of the things that we hear repeatedly from our bicycling community is the fact that if they experience a breakdown of their bike, or they have a health issue, or they crash and burn, they don't know where they're at on the trail system. So with the wayfinding signs being more extensive and actually marking out what mile marker they're on, they can better tell the emergency people where they're at, so that the ambulance or their friends can come help them get their bike and go home. This is a depiction of the Deep Fork. I know that you all were working with the Safer Cities Sales Tax Committee about funding the additional $8 million for the creation of the Deep Fork Trail. Again, this is the exciting northeast loop closer so that you can circumnavigate the city on our trail system. And the southeast section is the Greenway Trail, and that one we are truly excited because that'll end up actually hooking the River District or the Boathouse District in with the trail systems, both going west and going east and going north. And we will also be able to link with the outer edges of the First Americans Museum's lands and the Chickasaws lands, and get them on our trail system as well from the Greenway Trail system. As Ms. Nice was talking about, this is the Manuel Perez. This is a drone shot of our celebration of Veterans Day at our ribbon cutting for the Manuel Perez Park. And it was well attended, as you can see. It's a dynamic space, and we're looking forward to a lot of activities there. The Matt Hoffman Skate Park was improved. We put in restrooms. We've got a new picnic pavilion here that the neighborhood can enjoy, and we've already got requests for it. Wiley Post will get a facelift. One of our big pieces is being able to link the park out to Walker for circulation and better management of large-scale events that we have at Wiley Post Park. And then, obviously, the Early Wine Golf Course clubhouse is going to be replaced. And these are the more fun ones. The North Rotary Park, again, is getting a walking trail. It's got a picnic shelter. We did some playground improvements. We're really trying to get our citizens out and walking in their neighborhoods. And where we can, we link up our internal pathways with the sidewalks that Eric Winger and his staff are building throughout the city. And this is under construction, the Will Rogers clubhouse for the indoor tennis facility, much needed to bring restrooms and convenience to our tennis community that plays in the indoor courts. And again, Lions Children Playground. We got a donation of $50,000 from the Lions Clubs of Oklahoma City to rehabilitate the safety surfacing. This was one of our first playgrounds that had full rubberized safety surfacing. It got old, got a little weathered, so they put up $50,000. We put up $50,000, and we're able to completely redo the rubber safety surfacing. This protects a child from any kind of debilitating, well, it should protect any child from debilitating injuries because it's a nice, it absorbs impact very well. Again, another Diggs Park, another walking path, playground improvements, and shelters here as well. And Route 66, you know, we talked about art. Ms. Nice was talking about art for the Manuel Perez Park earlier. This is the artwork that went into Route 66. This is on our adaptive baseball diamond where handicapped children can learn to play baseball. We hope to start a veterans league out here for the disabled veterans in this spring, if we can get past the pandemic. And another Burton Brighton Park. Again, walking trails and shelters and playground improvements. I'd be happy to stand down or answer any questions.
Thank you, Doug.
Thank you all.
Appreciate that. Next up is Mark Kranenberg, our Director of Airports, to give us an update on the airport 5-year CIP.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. Appreciate the opportunity to share our 5-year capital plan. And I want to project our plan with several different perspectives and then show you 2 or 3 of the major projects that we have going forward. So let's look at our plan first by fiscal year. And you can see that in FY 21, 22, and 23, we have quite a few dollars allocated to different projects. Mainly this is because as we are in our recent years, we have gone forward with design. We may have already bid out projects or we're under construction. Some of the projects that are ongoing in the next 3 years will be finishing up the terminal expansion project. Also Station 2, which is the first set of elevators when you come out of the terminal into the pedestrian tunnel. We have an upper bridge deck project, all those in FY 2021. FY 22, we have a major reconstruction project on our crosswind runway at Will Rogers. Also, the bridge deck is a multi-year project, passenger boarding bridges, and FY 2023 continuing on with our runway project for rehabilitation. Looking at our projects by location, as you might expect, the lion's share of the projects are going to be at Will Rogers World Airport. Even though Mike Monroney is on Will Rogers World Airport, I always like to call out that because it is a major line of business. And as a lessor to many of the buildings that the Airport Trust owns at Mike Monroney, we have a lot of capital responsibilities with regard to roofs, structure, exterior, mechanical, electrical, HVAC. We also maintain the gas distribution and electric distribution system at Mike Monroney. Looking at our projects by type, looking at the top right, and we'll go clockwise, airfield improvements, 25% of our projects are going to be on the airfield. This is obviously runways, taxiways, aprons, ramps, airfield lighting, signage. Building components, again, things like roof, structure, exterior for trust-owned properties. Equipment, this would be our aircraft rescue and firefighting equipment, ice and snow equipment, shuttle buses for the rental car center, as well as the public parking. And then infrastructure, this would be various roads, water, wastewater systems, drainage systems that the Airport Trust builds on the 3 airports. Parking facilities, garages, surface lots, obviously. We actually had an $8 million project to do a new surface lot, but because of COVID, we obviously don't have to do that, so that's deferred. And then terminal projects, 16%, finishing up the terminal again, the Station 2 upgrades, like I said, and the bridge deck. If you look at our funding sources, we have several customer facility charge on the top right. That's, again, 3% of our projects, and this is the $4.50 per transaction on a rental car rental per day that is allocated to customers, and this funds a lot of the rental car center program and also buys the buses for the rental car center. Airport Trust revenues at 48%. And one of the things that's really hurting right now is the impact of reduced ridership at the airport. Our passenger volumes are down, and so consequently with the activity down, we'll have less money over the next 5 years to contribute to capital projects for those that don't have dedicated funding sources. I mentioned Mike Monroney Aeronautical Center. We get lease payments for them for our improvements at Mike Monroney. Airport Improvement Program grants, these are mainly airfield projects. Just so you know, we get funded by grants with the FAA, and there's a 90% share on the federal side. So if you have $1 million project, $900,000 will be paid by the grant, 10% for the airport sponsor match. And then passenger facility charges, this is the $4.50, which is allocated to every departure ticket. And this goes towards projects like our terminal expansion project. In fact, 75% of the terminal expansion project is funded with PFC dollars. Very important, again, to have the activity out there. Let's go on to some ongoing and new projects that we have. Well, first I want to talk about the FY21 snapshot. This is important to us because I think it shows an impact on the COVID. So we originally, in February, submitted our capital program at $79 million, but we decided to pare that down in March when COVID-19 hit, immediately $9 million. And so that's the plan that we submitted to the budget office. But between March and the time that we actually approved the budget with the airport trust in June, we actually cut another $25 million. So we approved a $54 million capital project for this fiscal year. So what's important is that we have cut 37% of our planned capital projects compared to last year's 2020 budget. Talking about a few of the projects ongoing, you're very familiar with this one, the Will Rogers project for the terminal expansion. This is to remind you we're building 4 new gates, new food and beverage concessions, turning our security checkpoints into large meter greeter lobbies, a very large security checkpoint, and adding new public circulation space. The picture on the left is a 624 square foot skylight, which will be in the town square just as immediately after you come out of the new security checkpoint. And the picture on the right, the bottom part, is another part of the town square area. You can see the gates, the 3 of the airline lease gates there in the background. And then the upper part of that picture, this is the 4,000 square foot mezzanine area that you will not have to have a boarding pass to access this area. So this is some of the increased public circulation. It'll have great views to the airfield so that people can wait for their families or see their families and friends off on departure. This is just a backside view of the ramp, and you can see some of the doorways that are in the glass, and this is where the new passenger boarding bridges will be installed. We have those already out for bid, and they're being built at this time. Station 2, this is the station I mentioned that comes, the elevators that are right out of the pedestrian tunnel when you the first bank of elevators when you exit the terminal. And this is the building that's associated with Station 2, and this is the hourly or short-term parking. And as you can see, we've torn it up pretty good. So we're doing a lot of roof, structure, exterior waterproofing improvements on this, as well as installing 2 brand new elevators. So at the end of this project, we'll have 4 elevators at Station 2 to serve the public. Last year this time we had Terminal Drive completely tore up from 54th Street all the way to the airport terminal, and it looks really great now. We do have 2 other projects we're going to be designing soon. One will be an outbound Terminal Drive, which will be similar to what we did on the inbound, and the other last project, final phase 3, is to redo the intersection at Amelia Earhart and Terminal Drive. We have a bridge project, a bridge deck, the upper level deck, which is associated to the ticket counter level where you drop off passengers. We're just like any other bridge in Oklahoma. We have to maintain these, and this is the bottom view that you can see with the middle picture. And you can see some of the open area where we've exposed so we can see what the deterioration is. And then one of our large 8 expansion joints that we'll be repairing is on the picture on the right. And this is a $10 million project. It's multi-year, take 2 years. And the next picture is what I'm really proud of because I challenged the engineers to really do something with the lower level. Admittedly, for many, many years, it's too dark, dreary, it's not lit up very well, not very attractive. So we're going to be doing a lot of architectural and aesthetic improvements. It'll have a lot better lighting, a PA system, improved wayfinding for passengers and vehicles, improved loading and unloading for passengers, access for persons with disabilities, and actually adding some bollards for security purposes. Will Rogers, we're going to have the major runway project. We haven't done a major runway project in about 25 or 30 years. We haven't had the need, but our crosswind runway is in need of some help, and so we're in design now with a multi-year project to redo the crosswind runway. At Wiley Post Airport, I've grouped several projects for you. We're going to do $5.2 million to widen runway 17 right and 35 left, which is the short parallel on the west side. At Wiley Post, the amount of corporate and business jet activity, we really need to improve that runway in case the bigger runway goes down so we have a suitable alternate. Also planning $3 million in drainage improvements, and Wiley Post also has a crosswind runway that needs rehabilitation in the next few years. At Mike Monroney Aeronautical Center, again, like to call that out. We just have several projects over the next 5 years. $8.1 million for this year, and the reason for that is we're participating in a reimbursable agreement with Mike Monroney. $7 million, typically there's a base maintenance building on the campus. It's a trust-owned building, but Mike Monroney is completely renovating it. There are several lessor responsibilities that we have if we were to do those projects, but Mike Monroney is doing that project, so there's about $7 million that we're contributing towards that project. And that's it. Very briefly, I want to cover that as quickly as possible and be happy to answer any questions on the capital program or anything else at the airport you may have on your mind.
All right, thanks, Mark.
Thank you.
Thank you. The last report that I have is the sales and use tax report. And on the sales and use tax report, it just shows that we're continuing this month at about 5% down. It's really what we budgeted for the full year. We had anticipated seeing the first few months of the year being down much worse than what they have been. A part of that we know is being contributed with the federal assistance provided to businesses and individuals has really helped out, in addition to our programs that we've done, has really helped out to bolster that. I think that we'll have to continue to watch to see if there's no additional assistance that's coming forward from the federal government in the second half of the year. We may see that turn worse and see that be a little bit more challenged later in the year, so we'll just have to keep monitoring that. But use tax is still performing very well, and that has left us in a position, combined with the two, that even though we're down 5% in sales tax for the year, we're still up by about $9.5 million over the projections for this point of the year. So a really good position to be in this point of the year, but we will monitor and keep reporting to you on where we are with sales tax. That's all I have.
All right. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. We're at item 12, citizens to be heard. We've had two who signed up to speak. Nick Brook. And, oh, okay. Yeah, Nick Brook. If you wouldn't mind stating your name, address, and keep your remarks to 3 minutes.
Of course. My name is Nick Brook. I live at 2257 Northwest 36th Street. I'm a data scientist here in Oklahoma City. I had not intended to come to today's meeting, but Councilman Greiner said something so ridiculous that I felt the need to jump in the shower and come right down. I would like very much for everyone on the council and the people of Oklahoma City to understand that science is real. And what we mean when we say that is that science is the same no matter where you do it. It's a real thing that you can really do, and you can really get good at it, all right? Now, there are members of the council who will sit here and argue with you about what science says about public health measures. I would ask you to challenge those council members to present scientists who will advocate for their points of view. They can't. They won't. There is no scientist in Oklahoma City who will stand here and tell you to kill our neighbors over this. It won't happen. They can't find anyone. All they have is some guy's blog or some ophthalmologist. Doctors, physicians are not necessarily scientists. Many are, but not all of them. There's some overlap. Your practicing medicine does not make you qualified to opine about public health measures. The members of the council who oppose these common sense mandates are mistaken. They want to argue with you about whether masks should be required to keep you from arguing about whether or not bars should be closed and restaurants. They want to pretend that masks are something that you have any business fighting about. You don't. The science is out, okay? Oklahoma City, we are going to experience an amount of excess, unnecessary death, human death, in the next month. I can see it coming. I've spent my whole life studying science. It's coming. And we're not doing anything to stop it. Not enough. Not enough. We are doing some things, and I appreciate that it is politically difficult to make these decisions. But I want you to appreciate that I will teach people why you should have known that this is what was going to happen. I can teach the calculus. I can teach the math. Watch me. And I will make sure that everyone knows why that happened. Because we can't have this failure of government ever again. It's ridiculous. And so I had to come up here and say something about it, even though this is not a safe place for anyone to be. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Lou Brook.
Hi, my name is Louise Brooke. I live at 2257 Northwest 36th Street. Oh, sorry, am I okay to start?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
Can I start talking?
Oh, yes,
Yep,
absolutely,
sorry.
of course. Sure.
First of all, I want to thank all of you for being here. It is very risky. We are all risking our lives to be at the city council meeting today. And I want to thank you for everything you've done to keep us safe in this pandemic. But I really have to ask you to do more. I'm disabled, and I am higher risk for COVID than a lot of people. But there are so many people that are even higher risk than I am. We know, the disabled, we know that when the hospitals are overrun, like they are right now, that we are the ones who will not get care. When care is rationed, we won't get it. We need you to do everything you can to flatten this curve. We're suffering right now, we're dying right now, and it's only gonna get worse. Everything is 2 weeks behind. We can see 2 weeks into the future, and it's horrible. So the first thing I'd like you to do is make it so that I don't have to be here. I know that you have to be here and you have to risk your lives, and that really breaks my heart. But you can make it so that I could call in and that I don't have to risk my life, and so that my friends who are even more at risk for COVID don't have to be silent because they can't come risk their lives because they know that they're not the ones who will get a nurse when there are not enough nurses. Really, that's really pretty much it. This is life or death scary stuff. Like, my husband wants to come to the council and I have to worry about dying. And I'm lucky that I'm relatively healthy for a sick person. And so it's even possible for me to be here. So please, I know you have to be here and I know that sucks, but can you please make it so that we don't have to? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that concludes the citizens who have signed up to speak, which brings us to item 13, adjournment, and we have no further business, and we are adjourned.